aspiration to become a doctor. And you may have read in many books or articles, you have to be only service minded, you cannot think about your own self. I have heard, one of my patients, I met the patient in a hotel. He said, "Doctor, how come you're in the hotel?" I said, "Yeah, I felt like eating, so I've come here." He said, "Oh, neevu bartira hotel ge." So it's not that, doctors are somebody, who are not like normal human beings. They're all human beings. And if I say headache, they'll say, "Oh, doctor, headache bandide." No, we all have the same problems, we face the same challenges, everything is same. But if you want to become a doctor, if there is any aspiration inside, I want you to nurture it, because according to me, I'm very biased, according to me it's one of the best things to happen in my life, because I love to be a doctor. If at all, if we believe in rebirths, and if I'm born again, if I'm born as a human being, I definitely want to become a doctor, if opportunities, gather up, and if I make up my mind at that time. That's about, my part. The other thing which I really want to tell the young kids is that, yes, it comes with a lot of hard work. If you make up, and everything starts with a thought and an aspiration. You want to become a doctor, think over it, and if you feel the draw is quite strong, you have to work towards it. Don't listen to anybody else who say, "Oh, it takes 10 years, it takes 15 years. Yes, even now we study, all of us study. I think, our teachers, I teach in a dental college, so I prepare for my class. I am sure even our teachers will look into all new things which is coming up to teach you, to make you better. I'm sure businessmen, they look into, newer prospects in market, how the market is going up and down, or, we'll have to keep studying. And beauticians, they'll have to look at new techniques, new products which has come. And artists like, dancers or musicians, every day they have to practice, they have to hone their skill. So there is no end to it. And, if doing medicine makes you feel that, it's one of the most noblest profession here in the society. Yes, it's there, but it's not the only thing. You can be anything, and you can do good work in your profession, and we'll get the same respect and accolades in any profession. That's not the only thing. The main thing is we'll have to be prepared to be dedicated most of our lives. For the others, they can wind up their job and come home. There might be few things where they can wind up, they come home, and they don't have to think about it all through the night or day. But medicine is not like that. You live your patient's case in your mind. You keep thinking whether what you treated, whether they became better, or whether it had some side effects. Or when you get a call, you'll always think, what could have gone wrong. So that is there. So it is not like a 9-to-5 profession. And many people might distract you saying you don't have work-life balance for a doctor. No, it's not like that. I think now I'm seeing that software professionals don't have work-life balance as much as we doctors have, because we do have free time on our hand. So if somebody tells you about that, don't consider it. If hard work is the only thing which is deterring you from thinking of medicine, please don't do it, because hard work is there in everything. So when I did my MBBS, we didn't have the NEET exams. We had CET. It was common entrance test. So I believe that it was easier than what it is now, because it was only confined to Karnataka students. So we all took up the common entrance test, where we had to take up physics, chemistry and biology. These three, 50% of the marks was taken from the 12th standard and 50% from the CET. So I always feel we had an advantage. We somehow got seats, because probably the competition also was less, but the seats also were less. So only people who really wanted to do medicine, yes, entered medicine. And that takes around 5.5 to 6 years to complete your MBBS, including your internship. And then there is another entrance exam. That was also Karnataka entrance exam for us, but now it is again All India NEET. Then you'll have to take up your PG entrance, and then depending on the ranking and depending on your preferences, you will be able to do your post-graduation. There's a very good news to our Bangaloreans basically, because if you have read in the newspaper, Indian Institute of Science, with the help of Mindtree co-founders, are planning to have a hospital and a teaching college which will award an MS and PhD. So it's like a master degree with PhD in medicine. So that was not seen anywhere in India. If a doctor has to do a PhD, either they have to go to a pure science subject like biology or a molecular science or a genetic engineering and do it, or you have to go to some other country to do it. But now it's such a good happening that in 2025 the college will be completed. So by the time you finish your +2, it's not for undergraduation, it's for post-graduation and PhD. So that's a good news for all our Bangaloreans. So this is a few things which I wanted to tell you, but I think most of this should be used for interactive sessions. So I would love to take some questions from you. Or if there's anything which you want me to talk about, I'm ready. Yeah.
Ma'am, I want to become a pediatrician.
Very good.
Once I went to hospital with my mom, she was not feeling well.
Okay.
My father was very well. I saw many children who are ill. So that came into my mind that I have to treat, I have to serve my country. I want my generation people to be healthy, going to school, playing with other students, talking to everyone.
Yes.
So that made me become dream of pediatrician. Like that you have an experience, you have seen that made you motivated to become a doctor.
That's what. As I told you, I saw my family doctor when I was very young, and I have my own cousins who are much more elder to me. So when they were doing medicines, one of my cousin had he had hanged a skeleton in his room because we have to study about bones. So he had collected those bones and he hanged a skeleton in his room, and he always used to scare us because we were younger and he was older. But I had seen his books and he was telling his experiences in his medical hospital college. Somebody came, they were not breathing, they came and then they gave a CPR, it's a cardiopulmonary resuscitation. You've seen in movies, right? They give pressure on the chest and give breathing or pump air into it, and the patient got up. So all those things, all the miracles which I heard, that definitely made me think, this is something which I want to do and I want to probably give back to the society. When I was very young, I didn't know about all this service and all that. No, I won't be, I won't be lying to you that, when I was small, I was thinking of serving my country. No, it was not on my mind. I always, imagined the doctor like how I said, with an apron, with a stethoscope and, walking around in the hospital, talking to the patients with a lot of air and, confidence. All that was there in my mind. But slowly, as I entered the profession, please sit down. As I entered the profession, and we used to have rural postings. From third year onwards, every 6 months we used to have 1 month of rural postings. Those days, Kengeri satellite town was a rural posting for us. Now it's heart of the city. So we used to go there and do, house to house survey. We used to look at their vaccination status. They used to give us a project like that. Look at their nutritional status, whether their daily food, what they take, what is it deficient. So we used to report it to the primary health center doctor. That used to be our job. And when we were doing internship, also we had rural postings. Same, we used to go there, and then we have assisted the, we call them ANMs. We have assisted them to do a delivery at home because the lady could not be transported to a medical center. So, all that made me feel, because at the remotest of remote villages, there are no medical facilities. You may ask me then, why didn't I go to the village and settle down? Yes. That's a question which, even I can't answer, because I got completely caught up with this city life, and my life revolved around living in Bangalore, and so probably that dream went away from my mind, like to serve the rural poor or something like that. But it's not impossible, because nowadays the connection is good. We can travel from our city to rural places. When I was young, it was not like that, and my parents said, no, are you going to go and stay in a village where nobody is there, because no family member is there? All that, discouraged me. Those were the things which made me feel that, I can become a doctor. Yeah, anybody else? Anybody seriously thinking of pursuing medicine? You can raise your hands. Serious thought, like, good, very good. Very few. Okay. And the moment you finish your MBBS, anybody, anybody, we tend to compare with our peer groups. A software engineer who's just finished his BE computer science, he's got placed in Microsoft, he's got placed in Walmart, so many lakhs of rupees. No, we don't get money in the beginning. There's no money at all in the beginning. So you'll have to learn to live with minimal requirements, minimal expenditure. Yes, that is a discrepancy, in this country, because here doctors are not paid very well in the beginning. So as you go about, definitely you will have your own. If you are thinking of financial stability, initially no. Till 30, 35, no, you don't see money at all. Yeah.
Mom, you work as an allopathy doctor, right?
Yeah.
Could you tell us more about the work you do, like allopathy and
Yeah. So allopathy is, in general term, when they call English medicine, because Britishers started it. They were the ones who started this form of medical practice. So that's why it's called English medicine, allopathy, Western medicine. There are different specialities in medicine. Once you do MBBS, you are authorized to practice any form of it. You can practice a general medicine, that is, you can treat cough, cold, lung infection, stomach infection, bone infection, and all that. Or you can become a surgeon later on. Even if you've done, you've stopped at MBBS, you are entitled to do few surgical procedures. Okay, depending on your skill set. Then you can be a doctor, lady doctor, who can help in deliveries, who can look after pregnant and children. So that is a general thing. You can look at your ear, nose, throat, ENT. You can look at their eyes. That's the basic education we require. But if you want to become more specialized in that, you have to do a master's in a particular subject. So when you do a master's in particular subject, you are called that specialist. An ENT specialist, ophthalmologist, gynecologist, like how your friend said, pediatrician. So that's how you become a specialized doctor. So you treat only that, and from there on there is super specialty, where you still become little lesser. You concentrate on a very small part of it, but you become an expert in that, like a cardiac surgeon, like a cardiologist. Those are all super specialization. I specialize in pathology. That means I look after the laboratory, the investigation part of it, all your blood tests, and when they do biopsies, all the tissue which comes to the hospital. I am specialized in that. So I help in diagnosing diseases, and in that, in turn, the treating physician will look at the report and treat the patient. So that's my specialization. Yeah. I'm not taking a long time. Yeah.
Ma'am, like you told that you take care of the pathology
Yes.
part. So there are different kind of patients. The one who are strong and the one who are weak.
Yeah.
So when you diagnose a very dangerous kind of a disease or something, how do you tell them?
Yes. It's a very good question. Please sit down. Medical education in India, we don't have that part in our curriculum. But Western curriculum, we have breaking bad news. Breaking bad news is a separate training for all doctors. So they teach the upcoming doctors how to break a bad news. My job is, I'm little safer because I don't discuss all the pros and cons or the severity of the disease with the patient. usually the report goes to the treating doctor. So all the headache is on him to break the bad news. But there are patients who come for counseling, they talk to us. So what we try to tell them is, scientifically tell them, look, this is what has happened. This is the diagnosis. It doesn't look bad if it doesn't look bad. If it is very serious, we say it needs a lot of treatment. You need to have some patience. It might take a little longer time for you to get better. So, you please discuss. Sometimes we form a group of a physician, pathologist, a radiologist who sees x-rays and scans. So even if he's done some investigation, we all sit like a panel, make the patient sit in front of us and give our opinion. And finally, the onus is on the treating doctor. So if she wants to become a pediatrician, if a baby has a serious disease, she is the one who's going to tell the parents, this is what has happened to your child. So that way I'm little spared. But yes, allopathy doctors, we have to sit across and talk to the patient and slowly reveal that this is what has happened. This is the plan of treatment, and you will go through all this, and we'll never lose hope. We'll never tell them that this is going to be very serious or something, because you never know. There are times when there's a very serious diagnosis, but the patient will do well. It's all dependent on his willpower and how he reacts to the treatment. So till the last minute, we'll never give up. We'll never say that you're done with it. So we'll never do that. That's a very good question. Hope our medical curriculum planners will include breaking bad news as a part of our training. Otherwise, as you said, we are lost for words. We just stand in front of the patient attenders and we don't know how to convey the message to them. Yeah, good question. Anybody else?
Virtual there is one online.
Yeah.
The lower design.
It's the last question to it.
Yeah, I think I took a long time. The disadvantage of being the first speaker. Advantage for me, but disadvantage for them. Yeah, question.
Yes.
Nobody is raising their hand now.
Oh, is it?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that question is answered.
Probably. Once again, thank you everyone for giving me such a wonderful opportunity. Thank you one and all.
A very good morning to one and all. I would like to extend a hearty vote of thanks to Dr. Shaila Vakaranam ma'am, who spared time from a busy schedule to grace this occasion today. We had an opportunity to hear your thoughts, and this will surely going to encourage us in our future. Your thoughts have enlightened our minds. Thank you, ma'am.
Dear children, we understand you have a lot of questions. That questions will be clarified later on. We will be sending you the online forms, as well as there will be a few feedback sheets where you can raise your questions, and the speakers will clarify your doubts later on. Now I request the speakers to, since there is a time constraint, let us stick to the time limit. We will finish within 20 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning to one and all present here. My name is Shreyas. I am from Grade 9. Today with great pride and honor, I am here to introduce you all to the next speaker coming up. He is one of the most successful engineers. He completed his education in Bangalore University. He has around 22 years of experience in engineering. He is the co-founder and vice president of Autotech Systems Private Limited. He is none other than Mr. Shashikumar B.S. It has all welcome and heartily to you and the huge round of applause. The stage is yours.
Very good morning, Honorable Principal, Gayatri Madam, staff of this wonderful school, fellow friends who are here to exchange their thoughts with the students and my young friends. After a doctor, obviously it's an engineer. Going back, and then a few years back, that was the two professions which were greatly looked on. I wish to first congratulate Principal Madam and the school for this wonderful program. So I'm really happy when I walked into the school, the preparations they have made and the way the program has been organized. So my congratulations to Principal Madam, all the staff and the children for this wonderful program. It's a much needed thing nowadays. There were a lot of adjectives that was said. For sure, I don't know whether I qualify. I am an engineer and I am a speaker because I am speaking now. Other than that, all this eminent, all that, I don't know whether I qualify for it. But I thought it's an opportunity to share what I know, what I have gone through the last few years in my profession, right from my education, childhood, and then where I am today. So I thought it's a wonderful opportunity to share. I would like to thank Vanishri, my primary school classmate friends. We are all friends from them and still remain very well connected. So I born in Chitradurga, a place called Chitradurga, which is about 200 kilometers from Bangalore, very famous for its fort, Kallin Kote, Chitradurga. I don't know how many of you have heard about it, seen it. And then brought up in Bangalore. We have three sons. I am the middle one. So Namanali, I can use a little bit of Kannada to make it more attractive. So there's a lot of pressure. You have three, even from my parents, ಮೂರು ಜನ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಒಬ್ಬನು ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಬ್ಬನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. But there was always this that out of the three, at least make somebody a doctor. So ನನಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಇವನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿ. Anyhow, my elder brother became an engineer. I also became an engineer. My father is also an engineer, and my younger brother took to commerce. And I became an engineer, but a businessman. Now I am all the time looking at finance, how to make money, how to manage money. My younger brother did his graduation in commerce. Now he works for a software company. He breaks his head all the time, like Shaila said. He is burning his night candle all the time and then working with clients in US, clients in Australia, all the way. So this is what happens. Any profession you will have to adapt for a period of time. My younger brother never thought that he would one day be looked upon like a software professional, and I never thought I have to manage finance of a company. Going back to my childhood, a few of my friends here, we all studied in a school called Mahila Mandali. Mahila means, ladies. ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹುಡುಗರಿಗೆ ವಯಸ್ಸೋಗಿ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಯಾವುದು ಹೆಂಗಸರು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಈ ಮಹಿಳಾ ಮಂಡಳಿ ಅಂತ. But it was one of the wonderful schools. It is still there. It was called Mahila Mandali because it was started by a group of future thinking ladies who wanted to give wonderful education to children. So it was Mandali is the trust which wanted to start a school. So school was called Mahila Mandali, but it was a co-ed school, and with a lot of both boys and girls studied there. There was a lot of importance given to culture in that school. When I walked in today here, I was reminded of my school because it was not the boring, just the walls and then furnitures in the school. I saw a lot of things being displayed here. So I am sure you are all also lucky to be in this wonderful school. We definitely were. Apart from our regular curriculum, there was a lot of importance given to cultural activities, and we used to spend many days, weeks in practicing for our school day. We have all donned wonderful roles. We have played such beautiful dramas, and sports was something which was very, very important in the school. We used to, at least one period every day, we used to be in the ground playing. And very innovative things, like we had carpentry for the boys. So we were taught how to meddle with a piece of wood, how the carpenter struggles to give it a shape. At the other school, they were constructing few more rooms. There was a carpenter there, and they thought, why not teach them? At that time, the girls had a dance class, and we used to make fun of them standing behind our pose ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. So these are all fun days. I think a school was something we always looked forward to. And today I think I am seeing many schools which are only teaching curriculum. Many schools don't even have a school day. They don't give an opportunity for students to display their talents. But in our school, there was a parents' day. Our parents used to gather together and then form groups, sing songs, practice, rehearse, all that. And they used to entertain the students. We used to have a parents and teachers' day. Teachers used to play, dramas, enact and all that. So why I am saying this is, your childhood was very important, and if you are in a wonderful school like this, I think it all the more adds to your innovative thinking and developing that wonderful culture within yourself. Today we are all cursed with micro families. It's inevitable because of various reasons. ಮನೆಗೆ ಯಾರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮ ಬರೇ ಮಕ್ಕಳು. But my time we had grandparents, and our neighbors used to be our families, and so many aunts, uncles, everybody living at home. So that was an advantage, and we used to get a lot of knowledge from them. Though after some point of time we will start evaluating, ಇವರೇನು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ, ಇವತ್ತು ಹಂಗಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. But then at their age, at their time, it was very important. If today I say something to my kids, they say, don't only keep bragging about your childhood. You have something different. But it happens with every generation. But then, that's very important. You live first in a good family, big family, then in a society. Only then you understand what life is all about. It's not just books and marks. That's very important. My grandfather was somebody who influenced me a lot. Even I think I have my friends Siri and Vani. So he used to force every weekend we are either in the scouts or we are doing some service. Scouting is something I really love. Even today somebody asked me to join scout group, I will do it. It was something which was giving us an out of the world experience. The skills, basic skills. Today I don't think many of you children know how to hammer a nail to a wall. You will definitely hit your finger. Or you don't know how to just replace a bulb. Because everything you just give a call, somebody comes and does that. Many of you may not even know cooking, but we learned all this, staying outdoors, staying in the tents, staying in the camps, cooking for ourselves. Just like that thing can do hiking. So these are all some things that has to be done in childhood. You cannot do it later in your life. So I'm sure many of you are still blessed and lucky to be having some life like that. So that's where a lot of the importance of culture, everything was imbibed by all of us. All my friends, we were in that kind of a school. Then I went to the high school, again Vijaya High School. It was also a wonderful place. And then finally I graduated from BMS College of Engineering. So I feel this primary school is some period of time where you are more influenced by parents, your teachers, you keep listening. You can't make anything on your own. But once you come to a high school, you have some thoughts, but I think a lot of your classmates, your friends will influence your thinking. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅದೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಓದ್ಬೇಡ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅಂತಾರೆ. Somebody will say engineer, so many of them are already there are no jobs. So they are kind of, you start listening to your friends and you can't decide on your own. Once you get into the college, the decision is yours. You have to make up your mind. But today, luckily or unluckily, a lot of lot of information available, and if you start googling everything, it is going to again leave you more confused. Nevertheless, it is very difficult to choose a career today because there are so many options today. Earlier days it was restricted, today there are so many options. But whatever it is, it doesn't end with the graduation, even for engineers. Though you may get a job, but unless you do your masters, look at the area where it is interesting, look at post-graduation, do something as a master's, then only I think you can succeed even well and more faster also. So that is very important today. Because we are talking about career, I will just take 2 minutes to share what happened in my family with my son. You know, I would say he was above average guy. He did very well up to his 10th standard. After that, you know, he was in a school where we had this integrated course. So he had to study for CET, he had to study for 12th also. So the kind of pressure after 6 months, he decided that he will go into that school because all his classmates had gone there. He didn't want to miss his classmates' friends. By the time he was in halfway through 11, he was struggling to study. I mean, why I am sharing this is not to talk about my son, but this could be, you know, some of you may relate to it later or even now. So he found it very difficult to cope both with this 12th, and then there were few students who used to come so prepared that when as soon as your you know, this integrated course you had with some reputed institution, when he comes inside, you know, they start shooting the questions because they already studied what has to be taught. Then you know it's a disadvantage to the other students. So then his performance graph came down, and you know, believe me, he scored just 40% in his 11th. From his 98 in 10, he came to 40% in 11th. And then he wanted to try with different, you know, this coaching institutes. But I told him, one thing I told him is, you know, they are all corporatized now. So if you can't cope up with one, then it's difficult to do with the other. Then we came across a wonderful home tutor who used to come and teach him. Again, from his 40, he went up to 96 in his 12th grade. And he was also prepared well for his CTA scores. And because I studied from BMS College, and BMS College for, I mean, you youngsters would know, probably many of my friends of my age would know, BMS College was known for its cultural, you know, extravaganza. We used to have a festival called Utsav, which was out of the world. It was something which students used to enjoy, and students from all over the country used to come for this. It was such a college. From his 10th standard, on his mobile phone, he had his BMS College photo on that, and he said, I want to study here only. So to get into a BMS College, you need a score, CET score, which is within 100 or 200, not more than that. But then, you know, he wrote his CET, he did, you know, considerably well. He scored about somewhere around 2000 rank or something, but it was not sufficient to get into BMS. One wonderful thing that played a big role in his education was, like me, Vani and Siri, he was very active in scouting. And after about 5-6 years of scouting, he became a President of India Certified Scouting. There is a President Medal for Scouting. So he successfully qualified. He was a President medalist. There is a quota in CET for President Scouts. And it so happened that he luckily got into BMS College through that quota. He would have just narrowly missed. He was not that bad, but then he was not that good to get into BMS without that. So I think a lot of things that we do will add to this, and today he is already graduated, he is joined Deloitte, and many of them asked, why don't you bring him to your company? But I don't want to do it. He has to see what's the world outside. That's, you know, he cannot take his father's business as granted. So now he is trying to understand, and also giving him freedom to, you know, understand things, and then with the experience, either he has to get he wants to be an employee or start his own business, but experience is very important as you go forward. And my daughter says she is going to do her bachelor in design. So there's nobody who is going to inherit my business just like that. So it's not that you have a doctor at home, all children become doctors. So it's no longer that valid. Children have their own aspirations. So I just thought this being a forum where we are talking about career, I thought I share this little experience in my own family. So after graduation, I did work for a company for about 7 years, which was specialized in defense and industrial automation. Then I did plan to start a company, but then circumstances happens. I think we have to go with the flow of life. And a few of us friends, we joined together and started a company. My company is called Autotech Systems. We are based in Bangalore and we specialize in electronics application in defense area. So just to give you an idea, we develop subsystems which go into the aircraft, which go into the missiles, which go into the helicopters, all that. So it's a wonderful, very, very fascinating area. A lot of engineers who was in electronics would like to come into aviation today. Not only for students, even big corporates, everybody now wants to come into defense. You have Adani who have come in, you have L&T who came in. They are not traditionally defense companies. Reliance has come in, Tata's are there for a long time. Because the field is so, the industry is so fascinating that people want to come in. A lot of advancement that has happening in the defense segment. It's a big opportunity, and for us, I think even I was asked whether we could give some opportunity for interns to come and have a look. But the electronics that we do is much at a very higher level, so it may be difficult for youngsters to assimilate. Even graduates who come and join us take about 6 months to understand what we are doing. That's the kind of complexity that goes into military electronics. But I would definitely anytime welcome students to come and have a look at what we are doing sometime. So that's about what my company does. We have few systems which are put in Sukhoi 30. We have systems which are gone in Akash and Astra missile. I think all of you are seeing the war that's happening between Ukraine and Russia, where there are a lot of missiles being hit, and it's a very interesting thing. Launching a missile is something, and then intercepting it so that it doesn't come and hit you is something different. It's a very, very interesting field. So those of you who are looking at having a career in defense electronics, it's a very good opportunity, but you have to be very, very good on your basics. There are many engineers, electronic engineers, who come to interview and say, I'm not good at electronics, I only know software. So, when you are in electronics engineer, stick to your core electronics, basics. Compared to like Shaila said, compared to software engineers, the career in electronic engineering is a little slow. You have to do a lot of hard work in the initial stage. But once, after a few years, you stick to this electronics career, you can be really good. You can demand your salaries. You can have wonderful positions and very fascinating work. So engineers, what we do is we make things better. We try to make, create facilities, solve people's problems, and also add to people's problem. Today, mobile phone has become a blessing and also a curse. And most of us are so addicted to mobile phones. We go to Google. Google is a wonderful, invention, but today it has its own disadvantages. So technology is a double-edged sword. How you use it is very important. So that's about the engineering profession. Today, a lot of sometime back the leftovers were taking civil engineering. That's what happened. First computer science, then electronics, then telecommunication, then civil. Today it has come back. The construction industry has gone much ahead. There's so much of technology that has come. Today people want to take civil engineering as a choice. So whatever it is, once you become an engineer, you either work for a bigger company or you start your own company with little experience. But either you start your own company, you employ people, or you remain an employee, you should always think you belong to this company and the company belongs to you. See, today if I am one of the co-promoters, owners, I can't just think that the company is mine and the rest of the people work for me. No. There's some amount of ownership of every individual there. At the same time, if you are an employee, never think you are just there for salary. You have to have an ownership into the company. That's how big organizations are made today. So the rest of the things, I think you are all aware of how, what you should concentrate on. It's very important to have perseverance, time management, goal setting. Of course, a goal is always gives you a direction. You may always change your goals. There's no problem with that, but it gives you a direction. So it helps you youngsters to go forward and think how to, make up your career going forward. So these are all things, I think, general things which you would have all heard a lot about. And anything on the engineering profession or on the specific industry, if somebody would like to look at it. See, one is even engineers are ones who go ahead and become trained pilots. That's another very fascinating profession. There are pilots who fly military aircrafts, which is flying at beyond the speed of sound, with so much of G-force, all that. And when we are doing new aircrafts, new developments, they do the testing. So they are so equipped, so trained that when they are flying an aircraft at that speed, they can make notes on their left hand. They are so trained. They write what they feel at that point of time to share it to the developing team. So it's a very fascinating thing. Some of you should consider getting into the Air Force or the Navy or the Armed Forces. A lot of technology there. They don't just need soldiers. They need a lot of engineers who could bring in new equipment, technology to help our soldiers. And so even engineers contribute to the self-reliant aspect of the country. So it's a way of serving the society also. So I think I'll restrict here, not take more time. Once again, I thank for this opportunity, madam, and also my good friend Madi.
Life presents many choices. The choices we make today determines our future. Good morning. I'm immensely thankful to Mr. Shashi Kumar for his efforts towards guiding each one of us to the right path. Great determination and hard work leads to success, and he is the best example for that. We are very grateful and thankful for your humble presence, and we are very honored to have you here, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Life is a game and play to win it. Good morning everyone, I am Yashasas from Grade 10. I am profoundly delighted to take an opportunity to introduce the next guest speaker of the day. He is none other than Mr. Prakash R. He is an MBA graduate, Assistant Commissioner of Commercial Taxes, Kengeri Town, Satellite Town. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Mr. Prakash B. Thank you.
Good morning everyone. Firstly, I'd like to thank Principal Ma'am and the staff of Boda International School and parents and eminent speakers whom I am sharing the speech with. Firstly, it's an honor here to be along with such a beautiful people and knowledgeable people around. Shashi sir was talking about his school days that just took me back to my days, like which we had. We still, like, it's almost about 22, 23 years of my SSLC, like 10th standard. So still we have our group, like WhatsApp, thanks to WhatsApp, like still refreshing our memories, and we are still with together. And this actually finding them here, like I was feeling envy, like why we did not do it with our schoolmates. So it's really good, sir. And about myself, I'm a naval veteran, retired from Navy. Like Commander Ramakrishna sir is also here. I will be not much talking about Navy because sir will be talking about it. So about my naval experience and this I will be just brushing up on. I joined Navy and retired after, like I had a golden opportunity to serve for 15 years. Post my 15 years service, I retired. And Navy, there is a famous saying which says like, join Navy, see the world. That is very much true. Actually, Navy makes you like, it will be the other way. I was just talking to my colleagues who are in my present office. So they are just saying like, sir, ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಸೊ ಈ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ಸರ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 20-25 ಡಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಓಡಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಅದರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಾಂಬೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಾನು ಅರೌಂಡ್ 30 ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರ ಹೌದು ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ನೇವಿ ಗಿವ್ಸ್ ಯು. ಲೈಕ್ ನೇವಿ ಶೋಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್. ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಫ್ರೀ ಟಿಕೆಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ನೇವಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. So that is what Navy is. It pays you for going. And the most prestigious thing is you are representing the country there. So that is like, in Hindi they say, China Jose. Like, it is like a big proud to, the tricolor is beside you and you will be representing that country in the stands of other country. So that is a big honor. So that was my naval experience, and we sailed to blue waters. It was really, I should say, like the most adventurous thing one could ever ask for. And along with that, after the naval service taught me many things. Like it's what I am today because of the service which the Navy has taught me. Like, there were many lessons which were being taught in a tougher way as well as an easier way also. And I actually, one of my instructors used to always say, like he used to say, like, don't try to do all the mistakes by yourself, try to learn from others. So that always strikes my mind. So when you are with your friends and all, try to capture things what they are doing, like what they are doing, how they are doing. Try to capture the positive things out of it, because there will be something or the other special with the other person whom you are with. You may be your close friend also. You might have not noticed it, but there is something positive in it. You need to take that positive from that. This is how, because everything is not taught in the classroom. It is like available everywhere. If you are walking somewhere out, you find someone helping someone else, then you learn something else. So it's that way, like it's always a learning thing. Even today also, after sitting in the chair also, every day we start learning. We open up books, go back, we start learning, because every day you need to be updated. Things are changing in a microseconds. Every microsecond things keep changing. Days are too long. In seconds, in minutes things are changing. So you need to get updated every time. So after my Navy, I took retirement, and post-retirement. For this thing I need to thank man, because conducting this sort of sessions, like people like me, like I am myself a sufferer of it, who actually are not aware about things and commit silly mistakes which actually will take away big opportunities from you. I retired from Navy. After retirement, I had two motivations. Like one is a bench, you just find bench here. So that is one motivation. That was my school days. And the other one is this pen. Can you see this pen?
Yes, sir.
What is this? Anything special in this pen?
Green pen.
Yes. Ma'am told this right. This is a green pen. You know what is this? Like how it differs from other pens?
Office. In our school, principal ma'am science.
Exactly. Exactly. This is dream of many of aspirants. This is the dream. This is what we wanted to achieve through what are the civil services preparations. People will keep preparing for years together just to get this pen. That is the value of this pen. And the best thing, it is very silly, but I need to share with you guys. In my school days, like we had two new benches. Like in that time it were wooden benches. So they were put in the first 2 rows, wooden benches. So I actually liked the benches because obviously they were new enough, so I wanted to sit on that. But what happened, like I was on the 4th or 5th bench, like almost nearing to the last bench. So I initially thought like why I'm not sitting there. So I asked with one of the teachers, then they told only the bright students will sit on the first benches and second benches. So then I realized it, because up till 6 I wasn't serious about any studies. I used to be like the other guy who told, the student who was telling about PE, physical education was my favorite. So I used to be like more on to the ground. Like ground was like anything, football, kabaddi, cricket, anything and everything is ours. So 6th standard, this bench made me spoiling my mind. Like why am I not there? Then I started like seeing this course of the people who are sitting in the first benches. So they are almost like double the score of mine. So I thought it's a long way, like very difficult for me to do. Then okay, but every day that bench used to call me like when I was going to sit on it. So then I started like taking their notes, borrowing their notes, how do they write things. Unknowingly, this was just for the like of that bench I started all this. So then I started like reading their notes and all, and their way of understanding things was really different from mine. Then I thought like, okay, let me copy their notes. I started copying their notes and writing in the 6th time. And that exams, actually after the exams I was very much surprised, like I was in 45s and 50s and suddenly jumped to 65s. Oh, there is something in that side, just really. Then my teacher started taking my name in between. So I felt like I'm doing something which is different, which I never used to do before. And 7th we had board exams, if you remember.
Yes.
So we had our board exams. That used to be threatened like anything, like they used to say board exam bantu in ashte nim kate in ಓದ್ತದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ನನಗೆ ಅವಾಗ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಮನೇಲಿ ಕೂತ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಆಸೆ ಮನೇಲಿದ್ರೆ ಆಟ ಆಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ, ಬಟ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬೆಂಚ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅದೊಂದು. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿ. Then again, one of my teacher was there. I still remember her name. She is Specialization madam. She is actually the most strict teacher in our school. The whole school used to fear her. If she is coming there, we used to take her like this and run away, because we never wanted to face her, and she used to take Kannada for us. And that madam actually. I used to hide my face always, like I should be seen by her so that she will call me and tell me to read something. Because as good you read to your best also, you will get 1 or 2 mistake, because by seeing her face only you will stop reading like so she was so threatening. Then again our midterm exams were over, and suddenly ma'am called me. Once she entered the class and she called me. And I had done something wrong, and she's going to, today I had enough, right? So I was just, it was like fear to see into the eyes also. She called me and she told all the class to clap. Then I thought there is something big going to happen. So I came there and started clapping, and she told, very good Prakash. Oh my God, what am I listening to? So she told, like Kannada, I used to be 60, 65 or something like. And she told, you have scored 90 this time, and this is the top in the class this time. I told, how did this happen? Because fear, out of fear, we used to learn more. Because we never wanted to be pointed at her. I wanted to, because she used to make a line of people who used to get lower scores and higher scores onto the right side and lower scores onto the left side. So left side people used to get enough for 2-3 days, and right side people used to get all the good sayings about her. And she called me particularly because I was a very dull student and suddenly I popped up to 90s. So she told like, how did you do that? I need you to tell to all the dull students. Then I was sharing like anything and I don't know what to tell. Then I told ma'am, it's only because of you I did it. So she took it in a positive way. Because of my teaching you did it. So I did not want to tell her the truth there. But later on, now when I met her after my schooling and college and joining job, we had discussed about this and she felt very happy for that. Because at that moment it was like. So this motivation I got. And the bench one still remembered, and on the 7th, like after my midterm, I was brought to second bench. That was a big success. Like I used to be very proud of, and I used to feel proud of myself because I have been coming to the second bench. I have come reached second bench. It seems like I'm doing something different, and which has been here with you guys. And other one is like the pen. Like I retired from Navy, and I went for one. Like we need to do certain formalities where we need to get signatures from the Tahsildar and all. So they signed in green pens and all. So previously I had a motive of getting into civil service, but that wasn't so strong, like because after within Navy itself I completed my MBA and I wanted to switch over to the private sectors, like to getting more into the private sectors because Navy had taught me about management, manpower planning and everything. That actually was good enough, and I was confident enough to excel in the private sectors, that is the civil life, what we call it in our naval terminology, the civil world. I was very well prepared for that. So suddenly there was like one of my senior, who was a senior in Navy also, he got selected in KS, that is called Karnataka Administrative Services. He got selected as Tahsildar. So I called him up and told him congratulations. I wanted to wish him because it's a good like achievement you have made. So he did not accept the congratulation. In turn, he told, when are you going to appear for that? Then I told, it's not my cup of tea because it's like we have to read hours together and the preparation is so vast. It's very difficult for one to get mastery in so many topics. Then he told, no, nothing listening about that. You have to do it. By that time, I was already in Whitefield. There is a company, Prestige. I was there as operation manager already. Like the moment I retired, and after 2 to 3 days, I got an appointment there, and I was working there, and it was good enough. Like what I had wished of, I had got it already. So, but this was my senior already spoiled my this. So he told, no, nothing doing. You have to do it. You have an opportunity. Why don't you utilize it? So then I started appearing for the UPSC exam. That was the first hit because all were applying. I also applied for UPSC. UPSC I applied, and people might be aware like UPSC is a little tougher, like when you compare to other competitive exam, UPSC is tougher. So I started my preparation, and with God's grace and all the blessings, I got through my prelims. I cleared my prelims, and once the score was out, I was preparing for my mains exam. To be clear, like UPSC has like through UPSC you get selected as IAS, IPS, IFS and other central government jobs, and the toppest will be the IAS. Okay. So for that the stages of exam will be, initially you will write your prelims, that is a preliminary examination, and after that you get your mains. The one who clears the prelims, they will attend the mains, and after mains you will go for the interview. So interview will be the final stage, and where you will get where you are in or out, that the interview decides it. So this all will be on your scores. So I cleared my prelims. I was very much like, I was just hunting for books everywhere, because though it's a vast syllabus, we need to gather all the materials. I started meeting all the senior IAS officers and senior KS officers, everyone. I spoke to them how to appear about exams, how to go about it. They all guided me like refer to these books and refer to these materials, and these magazines will be helpful for you. Okay, I fetched everything and I was ready and ready. Then here is where this career guidance is more important. I cleared my prelims. One fine day I get a call from one of my friend asking like, you cleared your prelims, did you apply for mains? Then I told, do we really need to apply for mains again? I wasn't aware. To be very frank, I wasn't really aware about applying for mains again. Because any exam, competitive exam, up till where like I had applied for railway. I had applied for Karnataka state government's other exam, and metro and PSI, police sub inspector. Everything I had applied, that was a single shot. Like once you apply, you write, you are in, that's it, it finishes. But UPSC is not like that. UPSC and KS, they are not like that. Once you clear your prelims, you need to apply for your mains. Why it is necessary? Because in mains, prelims is basically objective type. You just tick, like now you would have done your exam, like you just tick, you will have 4 to 5 options, you need to tick the right one. In that way you clear the prelims. Mains is subjective, you write pages together. So there you need to opt for your optional, like in one, there will be one scoring subject which will be an optional subject. Like other papers will be common for everyone, but one optional paper will be for whatever you choose. Like if you opt for one subject, that will be an optional, in which actually we take it because that gives you the higher scorings. The scorings will be based on that optional subject. So that is the reason we need to apply for mains again, because you have to choose your medium of instructions and the optional subjects and your desirable examination center. All these things will be coming in your mains application. I wasn't aware, I did not apply. Then again I went back and I saw like it was already late and I lost my opportunity. That was the only opportunity I had for UPSC, because my age was 37 and that was my last opportunity and I lost it. Only because of no guidance in that way. So for that reason, this guidance program what the school has organized is really, you people are getting it on hand and well in advance. So you guys are very lucky for this. So that way I lost my UPSC attempts, and then for a week or two I was totally lost, like because such a silly reason I lost my one chance which I had, because it was very difficult for clearing prelims itself. Then I did that, but it went of no use. So then I started like to concentrate on to KAS, that is called Karnataka Administrative Services. Through KAS we get as Assistant Commissioner Revenue, DYSP, Deputy, that is a Police DYSP, and other one is AC Commercial Tax, Tahsildars, Group A and Group B. All the vacancies are filled through KAS. It is equivalent to UPSC, but on a state PSC. So that when though this did not work out for me, then I switched over to the state, that is KAS. So KAS initially, because the preparation is, I tell you, like it is like, it starts from your 6th standard books, 6th standard NCERT books. Literally I have read everything. 6th standard, starting from 6th, it includes your science, maths, social and economic, everything. So I started taking all the books from 6th standard and started reading everything once again. And this is what even the syllabus also talks about all this. And the paper will not be so complicated, like neither it would be like only the gold medalist or the toppers would be into this. No, nothing like that. Everyone can do it. Everyone can do it. It's only the common sense and the way you see things. These both are very, very important. Because everyone sees, there's always a saying like cup with half of water filled. What do you say? Like it is half filled or half empty. So the negative people see it as half empty and other people would see it as half full. So that's the way, like how the perspective, how the appreciation you have towards things, that is more important in this civil services. Basically, it is like how good are you in managing things. That is what is being tested in this, all the process. So I started my KS exams, preparations, and in weekends I did it in isolation. Because though others were already advanced, like they were doing their preparations for mains, I was still preparing for my prelims. So I did it in my isolation itself. At my home I used to isolate myself in a room, and I used to study for that. In the weekends we had crash courses, like which used to be conducted in Vijayanagar. So where many of the aspirants will be coming. These crash courses are like Saturday, Sunday, the whole day. You sit for almost 8 to 9 hours. And one subject will be revised. Any one subject, it may be history, economy, geography, anything. The whole 2 days the whole thing will be revised. When doing this, I used to meet many of the aspirants who were along with me. So these guys, they used to ask me, ಯಾವ ಚಂದ ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಸೊ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಫ್ರೆಶರ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟ್ ಇದು. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟಾ? ಹಂಗಿದ್ರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಿಲಿಮ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆದರೆ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಥರ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಿಲಿಮ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮೇನ್ಸಿಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊತೀರಾ. ಸೊ ನಿಮ್ದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ದು 3ನೇದು 4ನೇದು. ಸೊ ದೇ ಆರ್ ರೆಡಿ ಫಾರ್ ದರ್ ಮೇನ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಇದೇನೋ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಇವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಐ ನಾಟ್ ಟಾಕ್ ಟು ದಿಸ್ ಗೈಸ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಐ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಸೇ ಲೈಕ್ ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ 400+ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್. ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು 400 ಟು ಬಿ ವೆರಿ ಬಟ್ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ 428. ಐ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಸೇ ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೈನ್ 427 ನೀವು ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಸೊ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ವೇ ಐ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಪ್ಯಾಂಪರ್ ಮೈ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್. ಒಂದು ನನಗೆ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ, ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದು ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದವರು ದೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಟೆಲ್ ಮಿ ಲೈಕ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಆಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು UPSCನೇ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಿಲಿಮ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ದೆನ್ ದೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಸೇ UPSC ಹಂಗ ಹೋಗ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ, KS ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗಾಗಲ್ಲ. And you will not believe for that 428 post, how many would have been the applications? ಎಷ್ಟು ಇರ್ಬೋದು? There was almost 6 lakhs applications. 6 lakhs application. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆದವರು 4 lakhs change something. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಿಲಿಮ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಿದವರು 20,000, ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂ ಬಂದವರು 1,200, ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆದವರು 428. So this is the process and this is the competition which is presently outside the world. So you guys need to be, ಈಗ ಏನು ನೀವೇನು ಔಟ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. Whatever you are learning now in your school, just apply 3 W's. Why, what, where. ಇದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಲೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಏನಾದರೂ ಓದಿ, ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್. ಇಟ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್, ಇಟ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್, ಇಟ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್, ಸೈನ್ಸ್, ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಸ್. ಈ 3 W's ಎಲ್ಲದ್ರ ಮೇಲೂ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಿ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್ ಟು ದ ಬೇರ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಟ್. ಅದು ಮೇನ್. ನೀವು ಬರೀ ಬೈ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರೆಯೋದಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಅದು ಏನು ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅದು ನೀವು ಯಾವತ್ತು ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಮರೆಯಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಬೆಟ್ ಆನ್ ದಿಸ್. ನೀವು ಹಾಗೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಏನದು ಅಂತ. ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್? ಈಗ ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆರಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಇದಿಲ್ದಿರ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ನೋಯಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಲೈಕ್ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಗೈಡೆಡ್. ಈಗ ಟೀಚರ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಅಂತ, ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಸ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್. ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಕಮ್ ಅಪ್ ಇನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಮೈಂಡ್. ಈ 3 W's ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ಲಿ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಅದನ್ನ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳಿ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಟ್ರೆಷರ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟು ತಗೊಂತೀರೋ ದಟ್ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ಯು. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು milk away whatever possible. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ this is the time when someone teaches you and you learn. But when you step out of this, it will be life teaching you many other lessons which you will not be prepared at all. So ಹಾಗಾಗಿ this is the best time for you. You have to extract as much as possible from your books, from your teachers. They are the most treasured people here. You need to learn from them. ಹೀಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನೀವು ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್, ಈವನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ ಹೋಲ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೂ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಕೊಂತೀವಿ ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಓದೋದನ್ನೇ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ರಾಂಗ್. ಎನಿ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಲೈಫ್ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ. ನಾನು ಲೈಕ್ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂಗೆ ಹೋಗೋ ಮುಂಚೆ KS ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂ ಇತ್ತು ನನಗೆ. KS ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂಗೆ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ದ ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂ ನಾನು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇವರು ಕಂಡಕ್ಟರ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರು ಬಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ. ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಸಿಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಅದು. ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಸರ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬಸ್ ಹೋಗದೆ ಇರೋ ರೂಟ್ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಇದೆಯಾ ಈ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಅಂತ, ನಮ್ಮ ಏರಿಯಾ ಕಡೆಗೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಲೈಕ್ ವೇರ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಬಸ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಥರದನ್ನ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಾನು ಯಾವತ್ತೋ ಒಂದಿನ ಬಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟರ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಕೇಳಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅದು ಯು ನಾಟ್ ಬಿಲೀವ್, ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ದ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಆಸ್ಕ್ ಫಾರ್ ಮೀ ಇನ್ ಮೈ KS ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ರೆಡ್ ಬಸ್ ಹೋಗ್ದಿರೋ ಏರಿಯಾ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ. So you can't know like where things are important. ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ಆಗಲಿ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಗೈನಿಂಗ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್. ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು, ಈಗ ರೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗೋರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ನೋಡಿರ್ತೀರಾ, ಲೈಕ್ ದೇರ್ ವುಡ್ ಬಿ ಸರ್ಟನ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬರ್ದಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಕೃಷಿದು ಲೈಕ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ಗೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್, ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೇಷನ್, ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ದಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಏನೋ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬರ್ದಿದೆ ಬಿಡು ಅಂತ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ದೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ದ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಬಿನ್ ಆಸ್ಕ್ ಫಾರ್ ಮೀ ಇನ್ KS. ಆ ಲೆವೆಲಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಥರ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ನೀವು ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಮನೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇದ್ದಾಗಲೇ ನಿಮಗೆ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಯಾರೇ ಆಗಲಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ದಟ್ ವೇ ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಲರ್ನ್. ಸೊ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ನೆವರ್ ಎಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್. ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಆಗಲಿ, ಇಟ್ ಮೈಟ್ ಬಿ ಈವನ್ ಲೈಕ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ವಾಚ್ಮೆನ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಟೀಚ್ ಟು ಯು. ಅಂಡ್ ನನ್ನ ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಆಗಿ ಐ ಟೇಕ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಮೈ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಲೈಕ್ ದೇ ಬೋತ್ ಆರ್ ಅನ್ಎಜುಕೇಟೆಡ್, ಬಟ್ ದೇ ಟಾಟ್ ಮೀ ಎ ಬಿಗ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ವೇ ಐ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಲೀಡ್ ಮೈ ಲೈಫ್. ನಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹೊತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ ಅವಾಗ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಏನೂ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಕೂತಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಸ್ಟೋರಿಗಳು ಹೇಳೋರು, ಹಳೆ ಸ್ಟೋರೀಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳೋರು. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗೋದು, ಎಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೇ ನಮಗೂ ಮುಂಚೆನೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಡೋದು ಕ್ಲೈಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವರಾಗಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದೊಂದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದು. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಬಟ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ, ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಇದು ಕ್ಲೈಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಇದೇ ಆಗೋದು ಅಂತ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ದೇ ನೆವರ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲದರಲ್ಲಿನೂ ಯಾರು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವರಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೋ ಅವರೇ ಗೆಲ್ತಾರೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗೆ ಲೈಕ್ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಇನ್ಕಲ್ಕೇಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ಅವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್. ನಾವು ಡೇ ಟು ಡೇ ಏನು, ಅಂಡ್ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ದ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್. ನೀವು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಟು ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ದೆಮ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೇ are trying to give what they may not would have got in their time, because they are sacrificing themselves for you guys. So please respect your parents, and they are actually the best well-wishers andre nim parents ani. Bere yaradru nimge enadru heludrunu there might be something or the other like take away for them, adralli irbodu, but parents are such people who don't actually expect anything from you. They expect only good life of years for them. So I request all of you, ಇವತ್ತೇ ಹೋಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ see their faces. ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣನೇ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ತರನೇ ಫೀಲ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಈ ಬಿಸಿ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಎದ್ದು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು, 7 ಗಂಟೆಗೆಲ್ಲ ಬಸ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ, ಓಡ್ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ. ಸೊ ಆ ಬಿಸಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ನೋಡೇ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರ ಪಾಪ 5 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಎದ್ದಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಎದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎ ಈಸಿಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ನಿಮಗೆ 6 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಎದ್ದೋಳಕ್ಕೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆದ್ರೆ 5 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಎದ್ದೋಳಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಯ್ತು, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಏಜ್ಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಬೇಕು. ಅಂಡ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ವೆಲ್ ವಿಷರ್ಸ್. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್. ಅಂಡ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಿಮ್ದು 1 ಪೈಸಾ ಏನು ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ನೋಡಿದ್ರ, ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರ ವಿಶ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಬಾಯ್ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಮಮ್ಮಿ, ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಡ್ಯಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಅದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವತ್ತು ಲೈಕ್ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ನೀವು. ಸೊ ಹಾಗೆ ಸೊ I actually diverted towards something else, but hige that is what like civil services are. I was like presently I am working as assistant commissioner in commercial taxes, and previously idinta munche I was working as assistant engineer in public sports department in Mandya. So bandaginda like I never left a single exam. Like retire ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅವರು ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಮೋಟಿವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರು, ಬಟ್ ಯಾವ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಬಿಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಟೋಟಲಿ 13 ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅನ್ನು ಬರೆದೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 12 ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇನಾಯ್ತಂದ್ರೆ ಲೈಕ್ ನಾನು ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದು ಒಂದು 2-3 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲೇ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋದು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಆವಾಗ ಎಲ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಮನೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಬೈಯೋರು, ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಒಂದು ಜಾಬ್ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನನಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಇರೋದು KS ಒಂದು ನಾನು ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಇವಾಗ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಜಾಬ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ನಾ, ಸೊ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಟುವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಐ ನೆವರ್ ಟುಕ್ ಎ ಜಾಬ್. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೇ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಲೀವ್ ಯು, ಲೈಕ್ ಈವನ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ 2 years ಆಫ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಟು ರೀಜಾಯ್ನ್. ಸೊ ಆ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 1 year ನಾನು ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದು, ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ದಟ್ ವೇರ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸಿಂಗ್ ಮೈ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸ್. ಲೈಕ್ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದಟ್ ಗಿವ್ಸ್ ಎ ಮಾರಲ್ ಬೂಸ್ಟ್. ಈಗ RRBಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜನ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ರು, ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ವಿ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಅದು ಆಲ್ ಓವರ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಹಾಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ವಿ, ತಾಲೂಕ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ವಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಮೈನಾರಿಟೀಸ್, ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಬರೀತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಲೈಕ್ ವಿ ಗಾಟ್ ಮೋಟಿವೇಟೆಡ್. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ವೆನ್ ಎವರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಸೆಟ್ ಎ ಗೋಲ್. ಗೋಲ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಈಗ ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಯಾರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗ್ತೀರಾ, ಯಾರು ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ. ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಟಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ನೀವು ಏನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಅಲ್ಲಿನೂ 3Ws ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಬೋದು. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ, ವೈ. ಈಗ ನೀವು ಎಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ವೈ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಎನ್ ಎಂಜಿನಿಯರ್. ಸೊ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್. That is the thing which will guide you through. ಇಲ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆದೆಲ್ಲ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲೈಕ್ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಸರ್ಟನ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಈ ತರ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಇರಲಿ, ಟು ಅಚೀವ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಲೈಫ್ ದೇರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಮೆನಿ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ವಿಲ್ ಡಿಮೋಟಿವೇಟ್. ಅಟ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಆಫ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಡಿಮೋಟಿವೇಟೆಡ್. ಯಾರೋ ಬರುತ್ತಾರೆ ಡಿಮೋಟಿವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ. ದೇರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಎ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಮೋಟಿವೇಟ್ ಯು, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಗೋಲ್. ನಿಮ್ ಗೋಲ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ 3Ws ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಗೋಲ್ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಂದ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎವ್ರಿ ಡೇ ಅಂಡ್ ನೈಟ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಲೆಟ್ ಯು ಟು ಸ್ಲೀಪ್. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಲಿಟರಲಿ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ ಯು, ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಲೆಟ್ ಯು ಟು ಸ್ಲೀಪ್. ನೀವು ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಮಲ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ, ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಇನ್ನ ಅಷ್ಟು ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಅದು ಓದಿಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಓದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ ವಿತ್ ಮೀ. ನೈಟ್ ಮೇರ್ಸ್, ಐ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ನೈಟ್ ಮೇರ್ಸ್. ಈ ಪೋರ್ಷನ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ರಾತ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಮಲಗಿರ್ತೀನಿ, ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬಿ ಎ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಸ್ಲೀಪ್. ಅದು ಮನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹಂಗೆ ಓಡ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಇನ್ನ ಇದು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಈ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಪೆನ್ ದಿಸ್ ನೆವರ್ ಅಲೌಡ್ ಮೀ ಟು ಸ್ಲೀಪ್. ಸೊ ಹಾಗೆ ಸೆಟ್ ಅಪ್ ಯುವರ್ ಗೋಲ್ಸ್. ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇನಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಎ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಗೋಲ್, ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಗೋಲ್. ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಗೋಲ್ ನ ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ದೇ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಗೋಲ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ನೀವು ಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ವಾಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಅ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಗೋಲ್? ಏನಿರ್ಬೇಕು? ಸಮಯ? ಎಸ್, you need to do well in your academics year. That is your part and short term goals. ಈ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಗೋಲ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂತ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ದಿಸ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಗೋಲ್ ಏನಿದೆಯೋ ಅದನ್ನ ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇವತ್ತಿಂದಾನೆ ಸೆಟ್ ಅಪ್ ಯುವರ್ ಗೋಲ್ಸ್. ಒಂದು ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಗೋಲ್, ವಾಟ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಬಿಕಮ್ ಇನ್ ಲೈಫ್, ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಗೋಲ್. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದೆಲ್ಲ ಟು ಅಚೀವ್ ದಿಸ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಗೋಲ್, ವಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ದ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಗೋಲ್ಸ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಅಚೀವ್, ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ವೈಸ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಂತ ಹೋಗಿ. And put it in front of your study table. Every day morning ಎದೊಳ್ತಾನೆ ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದ್ರೆ no one can stop your success. ದಿನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಅದ್ರ ಪರವಾಗಿ start working towards it, and this will actually make you achieve your goal. So by this I come to the end of my small thank you, ma'am, for providing this opportunity. Thank you all.
As we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not the underwords, but to live by them. Good afternoon to all. I'm Mahima Inclusivity. I'm very thankful for Mr. Prakash for motivating young minds to intend to become like my friend. I'm sure all of us are highly thrilled and confident. Give a big round of applause to him. Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience. We are honored that we got a chance to interact and learn from you.
everyone. We Putterites welcome you all to the Career Fair 2022. What is a career? A career is a one job or many other. Being an early teenager, your perspective regarding the career may change. It's totally fine. Even my perspective regarding the career has changed n number of times. According to me, you should never go for your career. Rather aim for it, because an aim is a long-term plan of action.
Hello everyone, I am Khyati Vyas from grade 10, Kodala International School, and I made this video to share my future plans and future goals. So I intend to work in finance field, that is become an investment banker and work for one of the most profound investment banks in the world. And later on, I would like to start my own business, that is a brand, either a cosmetic brand or a fashion brand. And for the same, my inspirations are Kylie Jenner, who is a 25-year-old young businesswoman who owns a cosmetic brand known as Kindly Cosmetics. And my second inspiration is Falguni Nayar, who is one of the most successful and well-known businesswomen who is famous for the brand Nykaa across the world. So I intend to become like this woman. Thank you.
Intelligence without ambition is like a bird without wings. Good morning. My name is Vidhi Soni. I study in grade 9 at Podar International School. A aim in life is very important. It gives us a direction. Everybody has an aim in their life. And my aim is to become a successful doctor. I know it's not an easy task to become a doctor, but I have the confidence to achieve my target. Although there are a lot of career options to dive into, this profession is my personal choice. If I think deeper into this, I either want to become an anesthesiologist or a gynecologist. My role model is a person who made $95 billion in India within a span of 5 years. It is none other than Aman Gupta, the founder and CEO of BOAT. Thank you.
You can never cross the ocean until you have the courage to lose sight of the shore. Good afternoon everyone present here. I'm Prabhashri of grade 10. Let us warmly welcome our next guest speaker, Commander Ramakrishna sir. Commander in our Indian Navy, dear men in white, the Indian coastline is safe because of you. We salute for your selfless service, bravery, dedication and patriotism. He has served our Indian Navy as a commander for 23 years. We salute for his passion for his work towards our country. He has also served our country for about 10 years as project manager, general manager and senior general manager. A journey well shared is a journey well enjoyed. So traveling is the best way to share and enjoy the journey. He is a passionate traveler. A big round of applause for Commander Ramakrishna sir. Can I have his words, please?
Am I audible, sir? Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. After hearing to so many people, I am motivated to speak more than what I have done, but I stay in not comment. Anyway, actually, I thank the principal. My nephew called me up one day asking him like this, the school is conducting a program like this, a principal is my classmate. Can you speak? I said, okay, what I know I share, no problem. So he was in the airport. So that fellow said, can you speak? I said, no problem. Then I contacted her. And she sent me a mail what I should speak about. Then I have structured my talk basically on this. Because in defense, you have to talk what you have been told to talk. I'm very happy to see one of my Kumar, great achievement. I appreciate your solution. Well done. Yeah, I also I was wondering what value you people will have for my talk, because I am very old man. I am 65 years old. What were there in my school days? You can't imagine. And what poverty was there, few people don't know. If I say anything, you may laugh, because today children roam around with everything, high gadgets, and parents can afford it. And when I sat there and saw that library, biographies, I have not seen anywhere that people have separated books like biographies and everything. I thought that my talk may have some value. So with that, I continue. Coming to childhood, I was a sixth kid. Because I was a sixth kid to my father who was a teacher in government school. So I studied in government school wherever he went and transfer. Unfortunately, I lost him when I was about 9 years old. And I was the youngest in the family. There are 3 elder brothers and 2 sisters. Here I am from a village called Guru. Many people would have known because Himawati reservoir has been built there. And with that dam coming up there, we lost all our land. It was next to the river, so government took away and gave peanuts. Then at that time only one of my brother was working, eldest brother, and one more brother had just joined forest department as a guard. Sure, like when we came to Bangalore, I thought my education is done. But my second brother, he said, you come to my village, I will talk to you. So I went to another village, you may not know, Muthinkoppa, in Shimoga district. And we were in government school, there was nothing like studying in them. We were in slate and Alpha, and till 5th standard, even 6th, 7th also I don't remember. I learned my ABC in 5th standard, and I don't think in 5th standard I knew it was said. Anyway, it went on, we were playing, we didn't know anything about career. In the morning you get up, go to school, no teacher, nothing, whatever you want to play, play. And summer holidays and all, good jungle, very good, very fond of climbing trees, I know all those tricks we used to do, sometimes to fall, break something and all, but it was fun. We didn't know anything about education. Till I finished my 7th standard also, I was not sure what's happening. Then I came to Narsimharajpura, one of the district headquarters, joined a school called TDBHS, Taluk Development Board High School. There I saw what is education. Fully Kannada medium, of course, there no English medium. Then the teacher took a lot of interest in each one of us, and I still remember the principal name A. Venkatesh. He used to say AV. I still remember his signature. And people, teachers made my career there. Till there I didn't see proper teacher. There people took a lot of interest. I been to that school after joining Navy and after leaving Navy also, and that school is still doing very well. Why I said this? Because teachers make a lot of difference, and people with the blessed parents makes very, very much a difference. In that school, I started playing games. Till then we used to master up all games like Gilli Dandi, Goli, all those things. There I came and bought some games which were being useful. Then I started playing Kabaddi, then ball badminton. I don't know if people have seen ball badminton these days. It's not there, no more it's there. Very, very funny game it was good. If it hits you somewhere, you get a mark back a few days. Then somehow, I learned there one more beauty, maybe initiative principal can take. Their magazine every year they used to bring up. My handwriting was very good. And magazine of 20, 50, whatever number of copies, one article somebody has written, you make 50 copies. And that will be bound and distributed. There was no printing and all those days, And so I took interest in my handwriting, and the handwriting was good. Passed 10th standard with 2nd class. And English only 35. That is the minimum pass marks. And Hindi also 35. Both are two important subjects. If you fail, you can't go further. came to Bangalore, was then, in my family everybody was 10th pass or fail. Nobody studied beyond that. And I wanted to study two more. I don't know what I want to become till then. But nobody, was very keen. Still, I should go around. We were living in, Ramya, somewhere near Ramya Kale. And just to find out where I'll get admission, I went to MES college. And MES college, when you went there, it was written in big board, 50% and above direct admission. I don't know how many people know about MES college. Well, to be honest, till the time I knew, they will decide a percentage. About that, admission is done, nothing like influence or anything like that. So sure enough, I was above 50%, I joined MES college. That ended my childhood. Now I have become a person who is in search of a career in MES college. There is a building, MES college, if people who have seen it, in 15th class Malaysia. Most disciplined college, disciplined to the core. The staircase, left side was a boys, right side was a girls. Even 15th class Malaysia and the footpath also the 2 years of life. By great Sri P. Shastri. Joined, coming to MES college, I took PCM. And it was very difficult for me to cope up because till date I studied only Kannada and all subject in English. Somehow I worked hard. Okay, in between some tragedy happened here. After few days of my college, my brother was earning so much that he could look after only 2 people. He said, either you have to send your mother to somebody's house or you have to go somewhere. One fine day he said, I think you better leave, I will look after my mother. Then, in fact, middle of the night I was thrown out of the house because of some mistake. Then, early Madhali and Divan Vipadali, you know it is there, I think. I slept there, next day went to college, somebody, oh, no problem, we will arrange something wrong. There were some rich people who were there. Then I got admission into a free hostel. It's in Tulsi Tota, you know it is there. There are 2 meals they will give you one table and a stool, which my friend was telling about. It has got joints, when you sit and move like this, it will cancel a lot of things. And it is full of bugs. So, I thought, I have to do something. What? Okay. I joined NCC. I was very happy to hear about Scout and all. I joined NCC. I was proud to, wear the uniform. Totally ill-fitting uniform they will give. Nothing like people who had money, could they alternate, but it was not at all fitting. Then here in this meantime, those days getting kerosene was a big issue. And we were from Divan we used to come to Malaysia, the 8th Problem Society was there, keep that 5 liter dabba there and wait for whenever he comes to issue. During that time, one of my cousins was there living next to my house, he also used to come. And his relatives, auntie over there, used to take me along to that place. There I met Mr. Vijay Kumar. He said, you are so poor, okay, I will get you a job, will you do? I said, most certainly, sir. Then he was the Amrita Bazar Patrika editor, local editor for Karnataka. He told, go and meet Mr. Hosali. Hosali printers in the road. There, those days when passport office, then next to that Hosali printers. I went there. That gentleman, old man, asked me so many questions, I answered. Then he gave me a recommendation letter to get a job as a student in Bangalore Turf Club, Race Course. It was meant for children also studying. There also white uniform, you have to wear white pant and shirt and white shoes, and 3 days a week, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, and about 17 rupees, they used to pay at once in 2 months. So some earning, because I took it from my dress and all. Then I joined NCC. Basically, initially to start with, I joined NCC because we used to give masala dosa at the end of the parade. Okay, then after when uniform and all, I used to see my lecturer, Narsin Rao, who was the lecturer in MES college. People in fondly call him Bond, because he was always smartly dressed. When he is walking in the corridor, you can make out he is going. There's 10 people go, nobody will notice, but here at the music. Then he was one of the NCC officer. Then I asked him, Dad, I want to become officer. Huh? Why not? Then he said, pass B certificate, pass C certificate, write on small exam, you can join army. Is it so easy? Yeah. So in PUC I passed B certificate. Now I was to become a graduate. Till then I don't know what I have to become. I will become a graduate because C certificate and graduate only you can become an officer. You have B certificate done, and like your principal, same personality was one lady called Shardama, HOD of mathematics. She said, Ramakrishna, you will not get admission in science in MES college. Why? Because I scored only 50%, second class in both 309, both first PU and second PU. But more than the studies, I was in many, extracurricular activities. One was NCC, another was drama, and other was social service, NSS. But most of the time, because of the darker class and all, she didn't like it, I said, I'm not here. In drama, Rajgopal, vice principal, he directed both the dramas. And when she said, you go to gas college, I don't know how many of you know, Government Arts and Science College, those days. And I said, okay, and the hostel at the gas college, I didn't know how bad it is. Then when I came to know it was Gunda College, nobody studies there. Then I wanted to become a graduate, so I requested Rajgopal sir. Then he said, okay, no, but in Odane, I said, that's our whole thing, sir. In first class, working, sir. Then after that, NCC officer, B.R.S. Singer, you know, he is the chairman or something. And he said, Ode, Allah Kona Ingari, Niena Matya, military serkondu, mutton timbekagate, chicken timbekagate. Rala sir, tindraitu, adu aringa. In fact, ನಾನು ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ಲೇ ನಾನು ಕಲ್ತಿದ್ದು ನಾನ್ ವೆಜ್ ತಿನ್ನೋದು. And it was fun because everybody used to talk so friendly in those days. ಭಯ ಗಿಯ ಏನು ಇರ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅಷ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ಫ್ಲೂಯೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ BSc ಸೇರಿಸಿದ್ರು. Now I joined NCC and in the second year only I passed C certificate. And again continued with all extracurricular activities. Any activity happening in MES college, I used to be there. In anything, like let it be a strike for attenders, we will be there. Not only for ourselves, but I thought that B.K. Hari Prasad was our senior, the president. But MES college not known for strike at all, like RC college or gas college and all. They were most disciplined. But in a grouping that way, Venkat Shastri would get the message and resolve it immediately. Then first year, second year finished, and the hostel. Okay, role model was Narsin Rao. Unfortunately, I didn't get his picture. I still, like role model. And I was my friend. Even though in PCM, he was CBZ, he was so as a lecturer. But many of his classmates from National College were in Navy. Then I continued my C certificate, and after that I attended 2 army attachment camps. One at MRC Wellington and one more at MLARC, what you call Belgaum. There I learned more about army, because literally about 4 weeks or so we spent the time with the army people. Like what they do, you also do. Then my motivation level kept on officer to Banai. Then in fact I was selected for pre-RD parade, and unfortunately I didn't make it to Delhi. Then final year degree came, and those days election was there. It was 1977, and my hostel full was supporting one Jyoti, I don't know, Janata Dal or whatever it was. full go and write, Deepa everywhere, like a word for Deepa, Jyoti and all those things. We didn't have any personal gains, but still as a hostel activity, we did that. Then I passed one more exam called Diploma in NSS. I don't know whether NSS is still there or not. Then we attended 3 camps there also. We used to go to villages and teach children, what is hakobeku, nail cut ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ತಲೆ ಬಾಚಬೇಕು, ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, and all those social activities, we used to do it literally. In fact, to sweep the road, clear the drainage, all those things, we have done. But I was not feeling any dirty about any of those things. Then final year exam came, I managed. Then what happened? Something happened when I wrote first paper of physics. After half an hour, I didn't know anything. When I read questions, first time I read, I knew everything, but suddenly I went blank. Then I walked up. One great MN, recently called the MN Lakshman Mathematics for the lecturer. I prepared you put on very good, you will not pass degree. I don't know, I thought, sir, listen and I was top mark and hope sir. The second paper Chennai both in it, then I left. I don't know what happened, even there I couldn't recall. Then finally, if I go to hostel, I get caught, everybody will speak about it, it came back in half an hour. And of course, it was a majestic hostel. They came by bus, went to Nartaki Theatre, saw one picture, Rajesh Khanna and Jeena Taman. What is that? I forget the name. It was, anyway, that picture I saw, and when I came to hostel, half my class, people were there. Hey, what is this? What is it? What do you think here, sir? Your dream to become, all this, what happened? And I said, no, I didn't know. I couldn't remember everything. I went totally blank. Then I had to leave. Then one of my classmates, Kevachan, very well-to-do person, he was living in Kelari or here only. He packed me and took me there. And after that, I wrote exam. Then finally, I was in NSS camp when the final result came. I didn't want to go because I knew I would fail. Because one paper I had not done well. Sure enough, everybody would done like the no, Ramakrishna, result no convert, sweet to and I said, okay, I'll go. If I pass, I'll come with sweet. If I fail, I will not come back. Kulkarni is the recent teacher. Then when I went there, I joined third class. With third class, I'll pass. My name was not, number was not there. Even now I remember number 5100 of my registered number. It was not there. I thought, so popular in the college, LRK, pass I thought, I saw one of my classmates coming down. And then Rajeshwari, CS Rajeshwari, he said, Ramakrishna, congratulations. Fail agidi. Illa, pass agidira, second class. Then we went to second class. That's good news. I became a graduate. But in between, what happened immediately after the final year exam, Guskin Williams and one company was there. Only a German company. It is what Vivekananda College is there. Opposite was there. Now that has been converted into flats. They have called children from upcoming graduates to for an interview, write an exam and interview to become executive trainees. I had also gone, standby culture in Bittu. We wrote exam, interview, and finally 3 of us were selected. Then I joined that place as an executive trainee at the 400 rupees stipend for 1 year training. So during the training, whatever papers we kept, I signed. I did not knowing what I am saying because 400 rupees per month. They gave me a job in a very good company, GKW. Then in between C certificate I passed it and in fact when I in final year just before the exam one of my lecturer's son and brother Bhasham Sampath Kumar Nursi was called Nursi in army serkobekante all this time Navy circle Navy sir to write UPSC exams. UPSC in Ledu. I didn't know what is the expansion of UPSC. Hey, GSCS UPSC exam birthday time only, you write that exam. Sure enough, 30 rupees or something, those days, postal, I don't know, postal order. Wrote the exam, thinking that UPSC examination the expansion UPSC exam pass at Sadhya, but still somebody has guided me, I should write, I wrote the exam. Then NCC I was sure that I will join because I passed the exam. Then came SSB. I don't know how many of you know about SSB. It's a service selection board that you have to clear after the exam to become an officer, and that you have to become merit list also you have to do. Then I was called for the army to Allahabad SSB. It was called the rejection board those days. Somehow I cleared, and medically also I speak and came back. Then UPSC also I cleared, and they told me to go to Bhopal. And I came from Allahabad, and they told me to go to Bhopal for the Navy Institute. Then I went to Bhopal, passed again. This will be 3 days, it's a 5 days interview. I passed, and medical came. In medical, the doctor made me unfit, one of the doctor. Why? Because my little finger was like this, more like this. He said flexion deformity in little finger, unfit for services. That I came to know only after that one soldier will be there, will be carrying the papers and he come back there. Those days yellow paper is there means you are not bailing, something wrong. Then I asked him, sir, मेरा yellow आ गया, थोड़ा दिखाइए क्या है? नहीं दिखा सकता. नहीं sir, देख ले मैं कुछ नहीं करेगा. He said it was written flexion deformity in little finger, unfit. Then I thought, 15 days back I was fit in Bhopal, like Allahabad. Why you are not here? As if I have the right. I went to 15 days back I was fit for army at Bhopal medical, and here you written unfit. Oh, is it? Give me the paper. But now you make it fit. Then you wrote unfit for all 3 services. That was the first tragedy at the next slide. Graduation, you can skip. Not moving. I thought, maybe I will have it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. That is over. Medically unfit. So, all my dream was shattered. Why I am specifically telling this? Because things happen like this. You aim for something, you think you are confident, but suddenly, neither army nor navy, I was in that state. Like our good friend said, ask people. I used to ask people, there is something called appeal medical, which many people didn't know. I appeal. You have to pay some 30 rupees again at the treasury and appeal medical. I think doctors will agree. My daughter is also a doctor. She is a super specialist in America. She is a pediatric endocrinologist. They don't really overrule the other colleagues, report. Everybody said waste to time to waste to appeal medical. I said, why not? One more chance, one more option is there. I appeal. I was told to report to Pune, what they call command hospital. 15 days they took. Somebody gave me an accommodation to stay in Pune. And finally they said fit for all 3 services. Because they checked every finger, the strength and all. They said nothing wrong. You do some physiotherapy, it may become straight in the near future. You are fit for services, they said. I was very happy, overjoyed. Then came back. Both, they said if you make it in the merit list, you will get a call letter to join the academy. When I came back, army call letter came, join army. After few days, navy call letter came, join navy. Now I am in dilemma, where to go. Then I went to my guru, Nursing Rao. Like my friend said, go this, slogan was, join the Navy, see the world. And many of his friends are in Navy. He said, join the Navy, enjoy your life. Sure, I joined Navy. Joined Naval Academy, 6 months physical training. Then after that, there, one more class. One tragedy happened because I couldn't clear swimming test. So the course came to an end, 6 weeks. Without swimming test, you cannot carry on further. I was told, you have to go home. Otherwise, we will give you 15 days. 3 of us didn't clear the swimming test. We give 15 days time. The rest everybody went for 4 weeks leave to their respective villages or cities. And we were given 15 days time, full time in swimming pool only. After 15 days, one Lieutenant Shikawat, I still remember him, he came and took the test. All of us barely met the requirement of 2 lines and 3 minutes floating and all. He said, just to, if not saving others, to save yourself, learn swimming. Because ship or boat can go down anytime. If you don't, to save yourself, you learn swimming. Kept it in mind, okay. Then midshipman, then became an officer. Then next we do one course, 1 year course called subs courses. In subs courses, you go to various establishments of the Navy, like electrical, we have an establishment at Gujarat, and engineering we have at Maharashtra. Like that, we go 10 weeks, Like for example, as an executive officer, like our friend said, you have to read and work on many electronic items. Radar, sensor, radar, sonar, all those things. And we had no knowledge. So right from there, people taught us, electronics. Then when we went to Gujarat, there, Valsura, called INS Valsura. It's a 10 weeks course. And the classes only till 1:30. After that, generally you have their, food and sleeper. But many people used to go to swimming. Since I consider myself a non-swimmer, I would never go. One fellow said, all of us are not going to swim. So a lot of girls come there, उनको देखने के लिए हम गए, तुम भी आता. And I said, okay. I went there. Of course, it is the part and parcel, it's entertainment like this. Then I saw one of my friends, Jet Li. 3 o'clock he jerks into the pool. It's a 50-meter pool. When whistle blows for 6:30, he will come out that time. He will non-stop swimming. Then I saw him 1 day, 2 days. Why can't I become like that? But then I followed him. I started doing 1 length, 2 length, 10 lengths, 50 lengths, 60 lengths, 65 lengths also I did. Without my knowledge, just count. It freestyle that too. Then I said, if I can become such a good swimmer, why don't I become diver? To become a diver, you have to be physically very fit, and you have to be very good swimmer, and a lot of mindset is required to become a diver. Everybody, even army commandos also come to a diving school to get trained, and very few get qualified. You get a badge also to wear on your shoulder, and there is saying in Navy, diver कुछ भी कर सकता है. Any tough job they will give it to diver. Diver कुछ भी कर सकता है. And so then by the end of the year, signal came for volunteers for divers. So 21 of us volunteered. 20 of us volunteered. That the class leader was supposed to collect the names. He didn't write my name. So non-swimmer, it is not for you. I said, practice किया नहीं है, तेरे बस की बात नहीं है. Sit down. You can't become. No problem. He didn't write. Then when the list went to course officer, I went and told him, sir, I want to give my name. Why didn't you give it to a class leader? I said, sir, when he had collected, I was rushed to my name. Okay, he had it. 21 of us went for 5 days screening. 5 days screening includes every day 10-kilometer run, and jumping from the Tevra bridge, and if you're while coming down, you have to tell your name and number. And if you don't give that one master chief who is sitting there, he will say, Ram Kinasa, upar jaiye. So there is no ladder there. There was a rope hanging with lot of pachi and that. You will say, you will like to climb. Then if you are slipping and all, Ram Kinasa first class. First class climbing means only hands. no legs to be used. It's about 20 feet. So many attempts we used to reach on level, finally we can ask if we can extend, we'll see. They will swim from there to naval port in Venduruki. It's about 2.25 kilometers. We use slippers for swimming, not freestyle, and a lot of current. And all the sanitary things of Ernakulam and Cochin are into that channel. So you can imagine what will be there. Then we have to reach a point. First 2 days now we used to get drifted off by the current. It will go to the famous shipyard, Cochin shipyard, which they are building a carrier. Finally, we learned the trick and got through the diving course. Then he came to ship. I had one failure. I wanted to become a pilot, but I failed in my PABT test, so there was no chance that I could become a pilot. So then I did my watchkeeping on a ship called Roper. Watchkeeping means officer of the watch, to, like you have the command of the ship, when they ask for the mission. Then came the volunteers required for the observers. Observers are the people who operate electronic gadgets in the ship, in the aircraft, and also tactical planning and weapons and everything you look after. Got selected, became an aviator, and became 3 different aircrafts. Initially worked on the board Vikram, Alize aircraft, and then successful launch and recovery. Then life went on. So finally my children education time came. I was not planning to tell about children education. Since people have said how to motivate people, I will tell you children, please pay attention. I have 2 daughters. The elder daughter, both were studying in NPS. I think that was one of the best schools those days. And I left Navy to send them to NPS because I wanted to give them a good education. Then I, like everybody else, then one of the auntie told, my wife's brother's wife, Satya, she said, Khila, you should become a doctor. She was very intelligent. Then she said, no auntie, who will touch, blood and all those things, I don't like. And we didn't want to force, we didn't ask her what they will become. Sure enough, within a year or so, that lady passed away in a road accident. Then I took her also because she was very fond of her. She, in front of her dead body, she told, Satya auntie, you wanted me to become a doctor? I will become a doctor. Then I said, okay. So changed mind. Then after that, like our friend said, you write down in your room. She wrote down, AFMC 100%. So I think even now AFMC is the number 2 medical college in India. And they take only 25 girls and 110 boys those days. And they used to conduct their own entrance exam. And I inquired about like they said, 5 lakh low with them, how only 25 girls merit is not. I said, better you better change your aim, it may not be achievable. No, daddy, I will go to AFMC. I said, okay, good. See, even though father is saying not possible, she said, I will do it. Okay, continued. She was in 8th standard. Even now, when furniture is there, it's in AFMC 100%. She had written. Like he said, you watch the game, I think maybe that does wonders. And sure enough, she got into AFMC, then what happened in between, I was working in a software company called making simulators. There one of my friends from Navy came. Then he said, "Bachche kya kar rahe hain?" I said, "Hello, I'm written in AFMC." Hey, yesterday result came, na? Then I said, how do you have been informed that people who have been top so many number, 100 or something, are called for interview also? And I felt more than my daughter, what she will think, I felt bad, I went home. Next day I didn't go to office and run my boss, MD, I'm not coming today. Then I told my daughter, she was very, very upset. Then, what to do? I said, no problem, we will see these there. But, someone bell rang and she went postman, telegram. Then she came back and said, somebody else must have died, you only go and take. Then, Telegram means somebody was saying, I went there, telegram from AFMC, qualified interview. Then it's all happiness in my daughter. We went to, those days nothing was available. What is SSB interview for, what do you call, SSB. You can't SSB, AFMC. So, even though I was qualified interview officer for the service selection board, I did that come to Bangalore, I never got an opportunity to come to Bangalore. Then, I didn't know, you are going to become an officer, I will tell you few things, what we should do. To do that, I think you should get through. I will tell you those also, few things to you, people keep in mind. Never tell a lie. When you go to SSB interview, never tell a lie because that person will catch you. When you write your resume, they will ask you to fill up resume, don't praise yourself. I have played cricket for university, this, that and all. Don't praise, fact check, if you feel that this left blank, don't worry. Don't praise yourself. Then, if you don't know the answer, don't beat around the bush. You say, I don't know. That will help you. I said that she went for, and also she was slightly obese. She had stopped eating and all those things. Finally, the day when who are you, who are out to the next, we all waiting. Waiting. Oh, I forgot to discharge. I didn't tell you. Okay, I'll tell you later on. So when all of us parents sitting with the children, one doctor came and said, Akila Ram Krishna, you come. I was wondering what happened. We were supposed to tell who is in or who is out. They had taken her. And I was worried. Finally she came back after a few times. What happened, beta? Not ready, they took blood. So, important, you also. The day after the interview, everything is done. My wife and daughter were there with me in Pune. Daddy, we want a feast today. All, weight checking and all done. Now eat whatever you get. It was 8 o'clock. And next day, sure enough, 5 was the blood taken because the hemoglobin was 6. And hemoglobin so low, it is in the rest. In fact, 6 is to be admitted in hospital. The next day when they took, it was 10. Because she had not eaten and she ate. So finally she got selected, we paid her, we thought, like some proposal came. Finally, they went abroad and she was successful. So make your aim. Never, so many, like for example, the end of the Naval Academy, because swimming players are almost coming home. But still, I pursued, you work hard, you will achieve your aim. Like he said, take good advice, write what you want to become. Keep reading every day, mind will start working on it. Nothing like mind. If mind has to achieve something, you will achieve. If mind decides not possible, just not possible. So, believe in yourself and go ahead and make your goals. This is the time to make goals. 8, 9 is the time. Because accordingly you will prepare for your PUC and other career. I wish you all the best. I take opportunity to thank the Koda School and management have called us. Whatever we have shared, I hope it is some use to you and you will achieve success. All the best. Thank you.
Learn from yesterday, live for today, hope for tomorrow. The important thing is never stop questioning. Good afternoon everyone, I am Nisha of Grade 10. We are honored to have you, sir. We got so much to learn from you, sir. Most of your thoughts were fantastic and adventurous. Thank you for being with us and teaching and guiding us. Thank you, sir.
Again, for the speakers, I am leaving a sticky note which will remind you about the time. I will leave it here only, so that when you see this, you will be reminded. We are given 20 minutes. Second, there is a change in the schedule. Now we will have a Parna ma'am, and then we will follow it up further. And after Anuradha ma'am, we will break for the lunch. So Now Anuradha ma'am, she will, Aparna ma'am, she will join from online. Yeah.
Hello everyone, I'm Ram of grade 9. Today I'm going to introduce you all to serving as an assistant since 1992. Let us put our hands together and welcome Ms. Aparna. She has extensively worked on sexual violence and has been representing cases of women in prostitution since 2000 and supported several women in their criminal trials. She has been human rights lawyer for nearly 30 years. She loves children, so she works on their issues. She loves dancing. One of her cases was made into a Bollywood movie. She is currently working on a deal with online abuse of children. I take this opportunity to welcome you to the program. Ma'am, now the dais is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me? Is it clear enough?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. It's my, there's some, okay, I think there is this Zoom games happening here. People are sharing screen and doing all kinds of things. I try to ignore it. I hope you can all ignore it also. And of course, it's very difficult not to get distracted with this Bollywood dance coming on the screen right now. Good afternoon, and as one of your colleagues introduced me, I'm a lawyer. I practice in the Supreme Court. Hello, ma'am. Yes. Did somebody say hello to me? Hello. Hello.
Ma'am, request you to continue.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I thought somebody said hello to me. Yeah, as I was saying, it's and as I also heard my childhood friends, Dr. Shaila Shastri and Shashi and here speaking, I mean, we went down nostalgia. It was so much nicer for me. I don't know how it was for you. I enjoy hearing them speak, I think much more than you. We all go back a long way. I'm so grateful for your Vani ma'am to have facilitated this today. My brief basically was to talk to you about how we became what we became, and assuming that there's some level of success in what we do. So I'm very flattered by that invitation by Vani, and I'm very flattered and privileged that I'm getting to talk to all of you today. I grew up in Bangalore and studied in Mahila Mandali along with Shashi, Shaila and Vani, many others that you will, I think you'll hear speaking to. In school, I was one of the quieter child. I was, I don't know what they remember, that's how I remember myself. I was one of the quieter ones. And when I chose to become a lawyer, all my friends, more than my friends' parents were shocked. They said, she never speaks, and she speaks so softly. How will anybody hear her? How would anybody be able to even listen to her? Because these were questions that everybody had. Honestly, when people started questioning it, even I thought in my heart, I don't know what I'll do. Maybe I thought in my second year or third year of law, I'll quit the profession, the studying, I'll do some other course. I consider everything, being a civil servant, being an artist, being everything. I considered everything and finally decided, no, I don't think I can do all these things. I'll get back to what I wanted to do. Now, law is something for a long time, not anymore. When we were growing up, it was considered that only people who are useless study law. And that was the reputation law had. Of course, when the National Law School came and when the 5-year course, which I was part of, that introduced, we got a little more respect. But still, within families, law was not considered to be a profession. Everyone said people used to tell me that you take advantage of other people's fights, you get money when other people fight, all kinds of, and lawyer jokes, because I've heard there's so many, endless. I've been a victim of all that, lawyer, all kinds of things. So I grew up with that, and I learned that in college and in social gatherings. That's what we hear. We hear it even today. But I had decided after I finished school and when I joined law, I decided that I'm not going to be one of those lawyers who's making a rich person more rich. That's something I decided that. There was no need for me to help rich people become more rich. There are enough people to do that. So I thought, let me look at an alternate way of addressing law. Use law to help people in a different way. So that was my thought process. But honestly, I did not know how I will do it. Because it was one thing that to have these ideas in your head, completely another thing to be able to do it, right? So it was very difficult. My God, I don't know how you people with Zoom classrooms with this kind of thing happening. At least in our court and my son's school, we were not, I don't think we were faced with this. I'm seeing all kinds of things. Anyway, let me come back to what I was telling you. Don't be distracted. So anyway, so when I graduated, I came back to Delhi. I just had a job from a commercial law firm. Just to show my father that, okay, I have a job in Delhi, because we had to go to Delhi, right? I was living in Bangalore, and it was not easy. Parents were not so generous in our times that they would just send us anywhere. They had to make a lot of planning, find out where I stay, and all kinds of things. So to challenge all that, to come here and navigate in a different place, and Delhi, believe me, is one of the not a very friendly place to live. And they look at you with a lot of judgment. So I mean, I kind of we have to overcome all that. And also Delhi is a very aggressive place. Unlike Bangalore, Delhi, the tendency of people is to be a little more aggressive than Bangalore. So I have to navigate around all that language. I spoke Hindi, but I realized when I came to Delhi that my Hindi was atrocious. So I had to deal with that. Dealing with auto walas was a challenge. I would not communicate. All these things happening. Coming back to the profession. When we all, I think, I'm sure you all, you think Supreme Court is like this sacred place where things fantastic things get done and important things get done. And I was quite shocked when I got in to see that, oh my God, somebody's property is being decided here, somebody's child custody is being decided here, all kinds. So but I'm faced with all that. But that's the time I decided, okay, let me see how I can probably contribute in helping people whom I try to work with. And as I said, as your colleague told you in the introduction, I liked children. I love children, and I thought I must work with children. And I also felt I was to work with children because I just felt they were very unrepresented. Nobody represented them. And their voice was not being seen by everybody or heard by everybody. So this was the area that I worked. And even amongst children, I realized that there are a section of children who are even more abused than others, like children who are victims of sexual abuse. So my specialty in the last over clearly 30 years, that's what I've been working on, and that's what I am. People know me as somebody who works with victims of sexual abuse. So in that I work with children who are actually assaulted, sexually assaulted, raped. People who are subject to online abuse, victims of child pornography, trafficking, prostitution, and all kinds of things. I work, and my work is more about that. But one of the things which I did, I thought I'll share that story because that is more popular and people relate to it more. Is because a movie was made on that work that I did. So I shared that a little, and I'll give maybe one example of my own experience about how things were. And then I will put an end to my intervention today because people have heard so much. And when you're a last speaker before lunch, it's really a bad thing because people are looking at the time all the time. Shaila was lucky, she was first. So you're fresh and you listen to her. With me, I'm not even sure if you're listening to me or you're looking at lunch and wondering what's for lunch and wondering when should I stop speaking. So, a few years back, I told you I talked about this case which became famous because of a Bollywood movie. And so, this is how it happened. I was working on various kinds of human rights violation when we came across a series of attacks actually in Karnataka. Acid violence became very, very prevalent in Karnataka. Then I was doing research and I got a call from a friend of mine saying that her cook's daughter had a problem and then she couldn't tell me what it is and she asked me if I will go and meet her. So then I read, this was in the news that I read in the news a girl had been very badly, brutally attacked with acid So I thought, let me, and I knew about it, I read the newspaper, but I was not sure how things would be. Then I kind of rescheduled, because initially the child was not in a position, she was 16 at that time, she was not in a position to speak, lots of things happened. And finally, after about 1 or 2 months thereafter, I decided, okay, we fixed the time, and when the girl was ready to meet me, and so we decided that I'll go and meet her. So I went to my friend's house, and I was sitting and talking, and we were taking some notes about the case and everything else, when this child came in, and I can't get over that sight of her face even today. So I met her in 2006. This meeting with the child was in 2006. It's been, I think, now 18 years. Okay, my math is wrong, 16 years. So even, I just can't get over that sight. It was as if a skeleton was walking towards me. Imagine a face, burnt coal, walking towards me, and in the structure of a face. And I think my shock never registered, and my shock on my face, and I'm a trained human rights lawyer. I work with people who are victims of abuse. I deal with all kinds of things. Despite my training, that the shock on my face must have registered. I can't get over that sight. So and this is a human being talking to me, I'm seeing her and feeling pain. You can imagine how much pain she would have suffered with the violence that happened. Pain physically, pain emotionally, pain, fear of what will happen to her. All kinds, I don't know what all she would have gone through. Anger, all kinds of things that she would have gone through in that period. So then I decided, okay, I don't care what happens, I don't care whether I know that this is criminal law, whether I'm able to do it or not, I'm going to do this case. And then of course, she's Lakshmi. Lakshmi is very famous now because of what she turned eventually, what she did with herself. Because of that, she's extremely famous, and she's a she's a popular speaker. Institutions call her to motivate people, and she's amazing anyway. So this was Lakshmi at that time, no confidence and very badly hurt, but only thing she had was a zest. She had this enthusiasm and zest and the spunkiness, I don't know what to call it, whatever, that unmatched. I have not met anybody else with the kind of spunkiness she had, and that is what has kept her going, I believe, even now when I interact with her, the spunkiness hasn't left her, and I'm so grateful that she has that. So, case where this guy gets punished, okay, then we have to attend to all that. The other is, we decided after some time, not immediately, after some time, we decided that we need to have a special law to make sure that acid violence is dealt with. We need to make sure that acid violence victims get immediate compensation, not for this red tape that takes place. I'm you're familiar with red tape, bureaucratic thing. This takes a long time. We want to make sure they get some amount immediately. We also want to make sure that acid violence victims get free treatment everywhere, wherever they go. Plastic surgery, whatever they want, they need to get it. And this was broadly we wanted it, but how do you get it? We had to go somewhere to get it, right? So initially I started negotiating with the executive. I started meeting parliamentarians. I spoke to many of them. I took Lakshmi to various places saying that, listen, we need this done. Please have a compensation scheme. And the Women's Commission, because I used to do a lot of work with Women's Commission at that time. In fact, Girija Vyas was a chairperson. She even had a press conference, called people, spoke to the government, the legislators at that time, parliamentarians at that time, and told them that this is critical. It's kind of writing on the wall. You don't need it's not rocket science for you to understand. Acid violence victims need help. And somehow nothing happened. So that is when we decided to file a petition in Supreme Court, which is called a public interest litigation. Now, public interest litigation is something unique to India. Of course, other countries have also recognized it, and many countries follow it. It's basically where you file a case on behalf of anybody, and you ask for relief that will actually help the public. That is called public interest litigation. Okay. So there are various kinds, and in public interest litigation, Supreme Court has done a tremendous amount of work, and high courts also, Karnataka High Court, all other high courts have done amazing amount of work. And if you have a lot of things, if you have clean air today, it's because of public interest cases. If you have clean water today, it's because of public interest cases. I can't think of a number of things that PIS have achieved in this country, and the contribution of people who have brought that is amazing. But unfortunately, many of them don't get acknowledged. Many people don't even know that such a thing exists. So Lakshmi's case, we decided to do this PIL. I filed it in 2006. It got over in 2015, so 9 years. it went on for something you and I will believe is so easy, so simple to do. What did we get after 9 years? We got the law changed. It didn't happen, and I'm saying it so easily, but it didn't happen easily. I had all kinds of arguments that I faced in the court. We got the law changed. So there's a new amendment made to penal code in which acid violence is taken as special offence. Punishment is increased, and there's a fine that is also introduced for that. We also got that direction that acid violence victims will get minimum 3 lakh compensation. And there is a time period. Within first 15 days of the violence, they should get 1 lakh, and then within a few months, they'll get 2 lakhs. Otherwise, compensation takes a very long time. And all they need to get compensation is an FIR, then register, and the fact that there is an acid violence victim. That's all they need. They don't need anything else. The third most important thing, according to me, is that all private hospitals are obliged to give free treatment to acid violence victims, including plastic surgery. Plastic surgery costs are prohibitive. Lakshmi's case, my friend spent almost 15-16 lakhs over after getting all kinds of discount and from hearing her, and every possible thing that she got. That's the kind of money she spent over 6 to 7 surgeries. And I'm talking about 2006-2007 time. And so many people can't afford it. They barely can have one surgery. And so we wanted to make sure that they're able to access medical services. So these are some of the things that we got in a span of it took 9 years to get there, but we got it. It was a very, very difficult journey that went to. And Lakshmi also evolved in this process. And personally for me, besides of course the fact that competition happened, the judgment came, one became famous, we talked about it on television, all these things. She evolved as a person, and now she works with other acid violence victims to make sure that they don't have the same fate. In fact, many times Lakshmi refers cases to me and says, Didi, please help this person. And I can't tell you how happy I feel when I see someone like her to get to where she's got. And of course, the Bollywood movie got made, and it became even more famous. As well as Anthem, and became controversial because they had some kind of an argument, disagreement with me. Anyway, so that is something that I thought I'll share with you. It's a positive story, but my experience has not always been positive. We've had in very obvious cases. I've had failures that I can't even explain the kind of failures I've had, because the people whom I represent are people who really have no voice. Most of them are poor, most of them are from Dalit, I don't know if you are studying in a private international school so I'm sure you come from families which are very comfortable, fairly comfortable, okay? I do not know if you are aware of there are people who are Dalits who are treated badly in rural India, also in urban India in some cases, who don't have a voice, who are not allowed to access a caller of services, and they're always treated differently. And then there are people with disability who are treated differently. And then disability carries a stigma. If you have mental disability, then the stigma is even more. And these are all voices that one needs to put across. We have to be their voices. One of the things I also want to say that now we see a lot of children. You see a lot of children on the streets, right? And it is many of them have parents, many of them do not have parents. Now, so there are areas in which one needs to work called adoption. Most people believe that children who are in the streets will be put in institutions. Institutions can never be a solution for long-term care, right? My family cannot be substituted with being an institution where you have a caretaker, however kind and generous they are. Institution cannot replace a home. So we have been working on adoptions for a very long time. Adoptions is something that I worked on. I believe every child is entitled to be in a family, be in a home, and it's important for all of us to make sure that they have access to these kind of families who look to support other things. Since you are older children and you people, I think, will grow up and you have a wide horizon of choices about what you will do in the future. And some of you, I believe, may take law. So that's why I thought let me introduce you to some aspects of law which you perhaps may not have considered. Because a lot of people see this well-suited, very extremely smart-looking, dashing young people who go into corporate law practice. I do not have any disrespect for corporate law practice. It's amazing. People do. They make money. It's fantastic. But I think it's important to see if you can, because you're young, because we are a little privileged than the rest, to understand and see if we can be of service part-time, not full-time. If you're doing corporate, that will be 10% of your time, 20% of your time, 5% of your time to look at cases which I think will make a difference. And let me tell you, this is something I say with a lot of, arrogance, okay? I use the word arrogance here, because all these famous lawyers, there are quite a lot of them, when they go abroad and they talk about, they do all these big, hardcore commercial cases in which they make tons and tons of money. But when they are called to any pedestal, any kind of an occasion like this, when they speak of that one public interest case they may have done in their 50 years of practice or 40 years of practice. You know why? Because everybody wants to feel generous, they also want to feel benevolent, and they also want to feel good that they've done something good. I would like that you do that all the time, so you do not have only one example to give. You'll have multiple examples to give. I wish you all the best, and I really thank you for giving me this opportunity. I wish I had come to Bangalore and spoken to all of you, like my other privileged friends, like Shaila, Ashturi, and Ashmi, and many others. I really miss being there. I miss a great lunch, I'm sure all of you put together served them. Anglo food a lot. Thank you so much. I'm available for questions if you have any. Thanks a lot. You're hungry.
Yeah. No, just she's saying out of things, so I just wanted to.
Your career growth depends mainly on how well you can articulate and present your performance review. Good afternoon, everyone present here. I'm Aishwarya from grade 10. On behalf of organizing team, it's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I express my gratitude to Mrs. Aparna Bhatt for sparing her valuable time with us to grace this occasion, but also enlightening us with her motivational talk. Thank you, ma'am.
Aparna, thank you so much. Thank you, Aparna. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. May I leave the meeting now?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now, I think we are a little bit late for lunch. Shall we all finish the lunch first? Children, you sit there, let the guest go, then we'll all. Okay? Please.
ಅದೇನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಅದು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿ
ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದು
ಅದು ಇಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಅವ್ರು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ವ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಲೈವ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜಸ್ಟ್
ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಲೈವ್ ಕೊಡಿ
ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಅದೇನಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇಕಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಥರ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ
ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೊಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ
ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ಸ್
ಮಾತ್ರ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸ್ದು ಮೇಲ್ ಐ ಡಿ
Sir, yes, conclusion. Sir,
ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲ್ ಐಡಿ ಹಾಕಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನೇ ಎಡಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಲಿಂಕ್ನ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವಾಗ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾರೇ ಆ ಲಿಂಕ್ನ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಡಿನೇ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
Send to the YouTube live streaming for all the registered. Send it to
ಅದರ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದು ತೆಗೀರಿ. ಇದು ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಿ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇದಿದ್ದು ಇದು ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ ಅದರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಯಾರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮೇಲ್ ಐಡಿ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇನ್ನು ಯಾರು ಬರ್ಬೋದು ಅವ್ರು. ಸರ್ ಅದೇನಾದರೂ ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮಾಡೋದು ಈವೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾರು ಯೂಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬೇಕು. ಅಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಅಂದರೆ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರು
because we are sharing only live streaming link for all the participants, only for the online.
ನಾನು ಅದೇ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ ಸರ್. ಐ ಥಾಟ್ ದಟ್ ಯು ಗಿವ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ದಿ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್. ಇದು ಲಂಚ್ ಎಷ್ಟಾಗ್ತಿದೆ? ಹಾಫ್ ಅನ್ ಅವರ್. ನಾನು ಆ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಹೀಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ.
ಸರಿ ಸರ್.
ಇವಾಗ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ರಿಮೂವ್ ಆಲಂತ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾರೇ
ಎಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ನಾನು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಎಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಾಗ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವಾಗ ಬರೀ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೆಂಟ್ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ಮೇಲ್ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ, ಅವ್ರು ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾವುದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ಗೆ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಡಿಲೇ ಮಾಡಿ.
ನಮ್ಗೇನೋ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. You will join with the link now. Only for the guest speakers I have given the access now, and other students they will just watch through YouTube live streaming only. Yes, ma'am. In that class, Uma ma'am is there. No, I'll give access to her. Ma'am J. Then who else? Ma'am. Joe. I think he went. No, I asked him. He went home. Ma'am, Georgian said go mail ID ಹೇಳಿ.
What are we doing?
Giving access to only principals.
Only principals and
The speakers.
that's it. And rest all
Principal's mail ID also I want, ma'am.
You just write which principal you want.
That Tirupati.
Principal.tirupati at kodai.org.
To all the principals shall I give it?
That only. Give it. Principal.tirupati. No, ma'am, we'll have to type. How many principals were there?
I saw only that, sir.
Okay. Then you give it to him only. Why everybody?
Principal
Dot Tirupati.
Tiru
TI. At
THI or TI?
TI. At kodai.org.
Why are you guys sitting here? It's not reflecting. Ma'am.
Aika.
Ma'am, Amarnath sir mail ID. ಅಮರ್ನಾಥ್ ಸರ್ ಹೇಮಂತ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಶಾ. ಇದು ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ, ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದೆಯಾ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್.
Only speakers in ಮಾತ್ರ link.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಡಿ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಕೂತ್ಕೋತೀಯ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. Hello. Yes, yes, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am, please share the mail ID of his. I am giving the access only for them, and it is. Yeah, I have joined him, but still we have mailed them the live streaming link. Let them go on through the live streaming link, ma'am. Yeah, I have shared it through the mail, ma'am. Registered mail. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am.
ಡೆಮೋ ಒಂದು ಇದ್ರದ್ದು ನಮ್ದೊಂದು ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ವಿ
Dance video. I'm ready with that, ma'am. I'll play it.
in the end
Okay, ma'am.
because
As you say. Okay, ma'am. Yeah.
just play it in the end so that after I talk
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
ಸರಿಯಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ
Okay, ma'am. As you say, ma'am. Shall I put it in the beginning or end? Yes, ma'am. No, I have already downloaded and kept. Yo, can you please call Shrikant sir? Shrikant. Whom I'm sitting here.
How did you are still there online?
Online, 4 of them, ma'am.
Who are they?
Jojan sir.
He's there already.
Then
online?
Amarnath, Hemant sir, Asha.
ಓಕೆ ಅವಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದ್ರು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ಡ್ ಹುಡುಗರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದ್ರ
ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 68 ತನಕ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಸಮ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ 75 ಆಲ್ಸೋ
ಓಕೆ
so few of them called me so I have said I have mailed all the live streaming link to you you just check in the mail and log in through only the live streaming link
did you have your phone
no ma'am I'll have later
yes
ಸರ್ ಸರ್ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಬರ್ತೀರಾ instead of sending you I would have called him I forgot sometimes mind goes blank it's not taking the mail IDs okay where was he eating he said 2 minutes I'll come back. You just inform this Jojan, this sir, this, these three. So I have to share the guest link for them. You just inform him. I'll be back in a minute. ಸರ್ ಈಗ ಲಿಂಕು ಹಾಕಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಮೇಲ್ ಐಡಿ ಹಾಕಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ತಗೋತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅದು 4 ಜನ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇರೋದು ಇವಾಗ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್
ಆಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ
ಎಲ್ಲಾಯ್ತು
ಒಂದು ಎರಡು
ಕೆ
ಮೂರು
ಅಮರ್ನಾಥ್ ಹೆಂಗಾಯ್ತು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ
ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ಹೌದಾ
ಹಾಂ
ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ ಇನ್ನು ಇರಿ ಸರ್ ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇದು ಜೋಜನ್ ಜೆಒ JAN JAN THO MAS JO JAN @gmail.com ಎಂಟರ್ ಹೇಮಂತ್
ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್?
HP 4 ಜನ
ಹೇಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್.
HP AM AR THY @gmail.com ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆಶಾ ASHA RA VIT K @gmail.com ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇವಾಗ ಬೇರೆ ಅನ್ನ ಯೂಸರ್ ಲಾಗಿನ್ ಆಗಲ್ವಾ
ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್
ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಲಿಂಕ್
ಇಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ನೀವು ಅದು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ
ಅಲ್ಲ ಇವಾಗ ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಹಂಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ
ನೀವು ಲಿಂಕ್ ಬೇರೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀರಾ ಅವರಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ
ಲಿಂಕೇ ಬೇರೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡೋಣ
ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಕೇಳಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದಾದ್ರೆ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವಾಗ ನಿಮಗೆ
ಬೇರೆ ಲಿಂಕೇ ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್
ಏನಿದು
ಕೆರಿಯರ್ ಫೇರ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಕೆರಿಯರ್ ಫೇರ್ 2022 ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾ
ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಮೇಡಮ್? 1:30ಗೆ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತೀವಿ.
1:30 4:30 ಹಾಕಿ
ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಹೇಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ಜೋಜನ್ JO JAN THO MAS JO JAN @gmail.com ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ KKA MAR NA KKA MAR NAT HU CPE @gmail.com ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ HP
KK ಏನು ಮೇಡಮ್? KKA
MAR NAT HU CPE @gmail.com ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ HP AM AR THY @gmail.com ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ASHA RA VITK @gmail.com 4 ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಬಂದು ಹಾಕ್ತೀನಿ ಎಂಟರ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಬಂದು ಆಡಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸರ್ PRI VANI ಡಿಜೋ ಸರ್ LIGO ಸೇವ್
ಇದು ತೆಗಿಲ ಇದನ್ನ
delete ಮಾಡು. Send ಅದು delete ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದೆ ಕೇಳಿ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಇಮೇಲ್ ಐಡಿ ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ರಾಂಗ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಬೌನ್ಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಗೆ ರನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಸೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಹೋಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೂಗಲ್ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ದ ಇಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕೆ ನೋಡಿ ಅದು ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇದು ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿ
Teachers. Morning, ma'am. 1316. Teachers. Teachers come.
ಆದರೆ ಈ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಡೌನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ
ಅದು ಲೈವಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕು ಸರ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ಡ
ಎಲ್ಲ
Only Suma ma'am is missing. Suma ma'am?
ಇನ್ಯಾರು ಬರ್ಬೇಕು ಅವತ್ತಲ್ಲ
Suma ma'am ನೋಡುವ ಸರ್.
We have only the speakers here. Keep something, some file is file.
Okay, ready? One more.
Thank you. Let's start. Say it.
Silence please.
Hello everyone, I'm super excited to have you here, excited about the conversation we have today. We have an amazing woman who will be sharing her story with us, and when I say amazing, I mean it. What's special about her is that she's an action taker. She's the living proof the distance between you and everything you want is the amount of action you take. As you will listen to her stories, you will notice in a different stages in her life she said yes. Today, a successful beautician, trainer, artist and a designer too will be sharing her best experience tips to help you stay on top of your game. Give a massive round of applause to welcome
Sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you are all feeling fresh now, right? After the break, you are all feeling fresh. Okay, good. I got the opportunity to talk with you all now. First of all, I want to thank Swani, ma'am, for giving me an opportunity to share my experiences with you all. I'm a beautician trainer, and I want to share some things which is very, very different. You are all very lucky people to have a good parents, good family, everything, where you can where you can really focus on some things and where there will be an encouragement for you. But what all the people, what the people I am training are not like that. One thing I just wanted to tell you, which is very important in my career or in my life, which I have seen. I train the people for orphans, child abuse, mostly girls around from 11 to, I don't know, any age, and who have come across very pathetic situations. So why we are doing that? Because the people, those people, they don't have any support. Okay? And one thing I just wanted to ask you all, what is beauty? Can anybody answer me? What is beauty? Okay. Beauty is a thing where each individual has his her own experience and her own each one have different feelings or different things. For one, it might be like when cricket, if they see 4 or run, wow, beauty, they will tell. If somebody sees a flower, they will say, wow, what a beauty. So each one have their own thoughts of beauty. But there are so many things which you have to focus. Beauty is 2 types, inner beauty and outer beauty. Okay? You have to give importance to inner beauty and same time you have to give importance to outer beauty also. Nowadays, when I was young and all, we were not knowing much about this makeup or beauty or anything like that. We were like, okay, fine, go. Keeping one matching binde is like, it was something very, ishtu dress ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತಾರ. But now it is not that. The whole thing has changed. The whole concept has been changed now. Before the women, if we go or for the parlor training, beautician training, they used to see us in something they used to look them in a different way. Oh, she's a beautician. She goes to parlor. They had the mindset of a different kind. But now, no, it is not like that. The profession is worldwide. It is international now. Okay? And you won't believe, per day in US, the women spend $3 billion 1 week for only beauty products. So that is the thing now. It is not that we have to just make makeup and do makeup and go there and just not like that. We have to recognize ourselves. We should love ourselves. For that we have to make over ourselves where people will accept us. Now, can anybody see any ugly or not ugly, old women with grey hairs or bent bone? No. Everybody wants to look good. Everybody for that matter. No discrimination for women or men. Everybody. If anybody come out of the house in the morning without seeing the mirror, everybody will see once. Why? They want to look better. They want to look better. Correct? Yes? Everybody wants to look better? Oh, today she was wearing this clip, this kind of a hairstyle. Mommy, please do me, for me also. Even my daughter asked me. This is the age. But at the same time, you should give importance to the inner beauty also. Okay? And now what I was talking about is like the people, like the children, women whom I am training they have suffered a lot in their life. They had gone for depression. They lost their self-confidence, where okay, fine, I'm finished, my life is finished. But this is one of the way we have found out to make them recognize themselves by grooming themselves. Yes, I can do, I am fine, I am beautiful. Dress up yourself, make up yourself, make over yourself, not spending thousands of rupees on anything like that. It's just an art to look better, or self-confidence, to get self-confidence. And moreover, I wanted to tell you, I am working for Udanadi Seva Samaste in Mysore, where I am trainer, where they are conducting they have an institute, beautician institute, where we train these kids. Okay, that is the institute where they rescue the girls, and it is an rehabilitation home. Mine is I am training the girls, and we do counseling, everything we do, to promote them, to give more confidence, to boost them that yes, you also can do something in your life like that. Coming to profession, this profession has more before about 20 years or back something, 15-20 years back, they were not, it was not like bed of rose or something like that. It was not, everybody was seeing like, what is that? You have to touch others' feet, you have to massage, why you have to do all those things? I don't know what kind of people will come, why you are doing all these things? It was like that, the mindset of the people was like that, but now it is not like that. See, in movies, so much of they give importance to the makeup, and this international institution where you can build up your career, and there are many streams. Before it was not like that, but now everything has improved. Everything so many cosmetology, skin treatment, hair treatment, and so many new things are coming now. Plastic surgery. These all things comes under beautician training only. For that matter, my friend Shaila, she's a doctor. She treats inside, okay, inside our body. What we do, I treat them outside. Their hair care, their skin. If anybody sees me on the road or meet me, ma'am, ನನ್ನ ಮಗಳಿಗೆ pimples ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿ, ಏನಾದರೂ ಹೇಳಿ ನನಗೆ tips, like that. See, we treat them. It's also like a treatment only. Therapies we do. Moreover, this thing, by doing all these things for yourself, you are loving yourself, you are boosting yourself. It is not that mummy nange idu beku, lipstick beku, nange adu beku, idu beku alla. It is just a thing where you can make over yourself to become more self-confidence. That's all. Those things and all, time is there for you people. When you go outside, when you earn money, you can do all those things. I'm not giving you wrong this one that you have to go for the beautician and go for the parlors and all. It's not that. According to the age, you have to follow the things. And something where I want to tell you is, there are people who cannot afford a square of meal, but still they want to be, more like an actress or something like that. They want to come for the parlors, they want an eyebrow, they want a makeup, those things and all are there. But what I feel like this is, you have to see your age, your background, your thing, where you can afford it or not. Because I know people are spending money for that so much. And now, it's where, it should not be in a wrong purpose, wrong way of doing the things. We have to follow some things where we can acquire the knowledge or build our career. We have to build our career in such a way that it should be a good thing. You should focus on some things which is good for you. Okay, you should focus. You should have a focus on whatever you want to do. You should focus on the things which you have to do in your future. You want to something what you want to do in your future. It should not be a burden for your parents. Okay, that's what I want to tell you. It should not be a burden for your parents. Please, children, focus on the things. Beautician, I know why, it is not a easy job as you think. We can just go like this, come. No, everything has its own disadvantages, advantages, and for learning a thing, when you are dealing with the customers and all, you have to be very focused. You have to be very focused. Little mistake, you will be put behind bars. Okay? You will be put behind bars if you are not focused in your work, and something goes wrong. So you have to be very careful. You have to concentrate, and you have many options where you can focus on your things. And moreover, what can I say about this is in US, Brazil and Australia, this is the profession where they are minting money. They are it is an entirely different profession there. But here it is picking up. It is picking up, and it is a profession where any age women can enter, or any age of man can enter. We see more men than ladies now in this profession. Before it was not like that. Beautician means it was only for only few were there, women were there. Now it is not like that. Even more of opportunities for man is there. Stylists and makeup artists. It is now considered as an art. Actually, makeup is considered as an art now, not like just making one no, making over. In international market, it is given a very good boost for that. I think you have seen on TV, many competitions are conducted just for makeup, fashion. That it is a very vast subject where you can enter into and earn lots of money. It is not that just as everybody told, it's not today I will enter and tomorrow I'll earn lakhs of rupees or thousands of rupees. No, it's not like that. You have to work hard, you have to achieve so many things. Even Even in that you have to take many trainings, you have to write exams, you have to undergo many tests, then only you can achieve. Moreover, competition is more in that. So you have to be more confident. You have confidence. If anybody wants to opt for this beautician training, you have to be very confident. Just like that 3 months course, okay, no, it is not like that. That is just for a hobby, or just for self, you can just do like that. But if you are taking it as a career, you have to be very, very, like, serious about that. You have to think twice and then you have to go for that. And there are many streams in that where you can opt. There are many streams in fashion, which is actually beauty. There's a beautician, which is very, very important in today's life. I know. It is like, each individual wants to spend money on the self. Like everybody wants to look good, so everybody wants to spend money to look better. But what is the end? You have to be focused. If you are selecting, like if you are opting for this beautician, if you want to opt for fashion technology or anything like that, you have to be very serious about that. It is not like it is also like any other professions, but it is not that. I don't know what to say. All my friends were telling it's very like so many exams. They're not that difficult, but you can opt for that. But here many things are coming. Each day everything is improving. They are introducing many things. So where you can do, like cosmetology is such a big area where you can study. You can be studying, you can be inventing if you are very much interested in that. Like that, there are many areas where you can do your career. Take up your career as a career. All the best. That's what.
Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from soul. Good afternoon all, I am Mahima V. I would like to thank Ms. Siri Kumar. Thank you ma'am for sharing your experience with us. We are highly motivated and the students among us are elated. And the ones who wish to become beauticians, designers or artists are now confident enough and highly inspired. Give a big round of applause for her. Once again, thank you ma'am. We are honored that we got a chance to interact and learn from you.
Good afternoon everyone. Thanks is the hidden language of the soul. With this quote, I am going to introduce the next speaker, Miss Anuradha Sridhar. She is one of the greatest Bharatanatyam dancers. She is wife of one of the best actors in Kannada film industry, named G. Sridhar. She has secured around 10 awards in Bharatanatyam. We are privileged to have you with us. A great round of applause. Let us welcome Miss Anuradha Sridhar. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all of you. So I'm so glad to share my experience as a Bharatanatyam dancer with you all. Hope we can help you. So this was with my husband. I performed many years, from maybe 30 years we performed together. And couple dance, we are pure Bharatanatyam dancers. So I will begin my story from my childhood, maybe. Okay. So childhood, I think, is very, very important, especially at home. What is the atmosphere? What you get? In which atmosphere you are brought up? ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ದೊಡ್ಡವರು, ಮನೆಯೇ ಮೊದಲನೆಯ ಪಾಠಶಾಲೆ. ಈ ಪಾಠಶಾಲೆ ಸೈನ್ಸ್, ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್, ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಸ್ ಯಾವುದು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡೋದು, ಆದರೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ಪಾಠಶಾಲೆ? ನಮ್ಮ ಪರ್ಸನಾಲಿಟಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗುವಂತಹ ಜಾಗನೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಪರ್ಸನಾಲಿಟಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ಸೋ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಒಂದೊಂದು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೊಂದು ರೀತಿಯಾದ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಪೂರ್ವ ಜನ್ಮದ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸಹ ತಗೊಂಡು ನಾವು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಬೋರ್ನ್ and we'll also be acting according to it from inside in some aspects of our life. But most of the things are influenced by the present parents to develop our personality. So, ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ನನ್ನ first inspiration for me was my father. My father, late Chandrasekhara Shastrigaru, made a lot of impact on my personality, what I am today. ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಬಹಳ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನಲ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದಂಥದ್ದು. ನಾನು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕ, ನಾವು ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿನಲ್ಲಿದ್ವಿ. ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಸೆಡ್ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಗಿವ್ಸ್ so many things we learn and learn to live with joint family first, then we go out to learn with society. Yes, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿಯರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮ್ಮಯರು ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ತಾಯಿ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮ್ಮ ಶೇರ್ಡ್ ವೆರಿ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್. ಅಂದರೆ ತಂದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ತಮ್ಮ, ಅವರಿಬ್ರು ಬ್ರದರ್ಸ್, ಇವರ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಎರಡು ದೇಹ ಒಂದೇ ಸೋಲ್ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ ಇದ್ರು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದೃಷ್ಟದಂತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿ ಹಾಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮ್ಮ ಇಬ್ರು ನಮಗೆ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು 3 ಜನ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕ, ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಚಿಕ್ಕಪ್ಪಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬಳೆ ಮಗಳು. ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಅವರು ಹೇಗೆ ಬೆಳೆಸಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಹಳ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಏಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ಅವರ ದಿನಚರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು, ದ ರೊಟೀನ್ ವಾಸ್ ಸೋ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ವಿತ್ ವೆರಿ 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 ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನಲ್ ವೇ ಆಫ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ಮೈ ಫಾದರ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ಅಪ್ ವೆರಿ ಅರ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ ದ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್. ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಾತಸ್ಮರಾಮಿ ಹೃದಯ ಸ್ಫುರದಾತ್ಮ ತತ್ವಂ ಸಚ್ಚಿತ್ ಸುಖಂ ಪರಮ ಹಂಸ ಗತಿಂ ತುರಿಯಂ ಅಂತ ಶಂಕರಾಚಾರ್ಯರ ಒಂದು ಶ್ಲೋಕವನ್ನ ಬಾಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಎದ್ದೋಗೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಖಂಡಿತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಏನಿದ್ರು ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ನೀನ್ ಮಾಡು, ಹಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡು, ಹಾಂಗ್ ಮಾಡು ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ದಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಫ್ರೀಡಮ್ I got to explore myself, what is my capacity, what I learn. ಬಟ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರಿಂದ, ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ವಿಷಯ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಅವ್ರು ಬೆಳಗಾಗೆದ್ದು ಆಚೆ ಕಡೆ ಬಾಡಿಗೆ ನೀರು ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. He was a government official also, AG's officer, ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರು. ಅವರ ದಿನಚರಿ ಶುರುವಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಹೀಗೆ. ಸೊ he used to go outside, ಬಾಡಿಗೆ ನೀರು ಹಾಕಿ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿ ಹೋಗಿ ರಂಗೋಲಿ ಹಾಕೋರು, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಎದ್ದಿರ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಆಗ ಅವರು ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳೋರು, ಒಂದೆರಡು ಶ್ಲೋಕವನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋರು. ಸಮಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಈಗ್ಲ ಯಪ್ಪ ಇಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಒಳಗಾಗಿದ್ದು ನೀವು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ಅನ್ಸೋದು. ಖಂಡಿತ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅವಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಅದ್ರ ವಿಷಯವಾಗಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೋತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. He used to do his things. ಮನೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೂವೆಲ್ಲ ಕಿತ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಅವ್ರ ಗಾರ್ಡನಿಂಗ್ ಬಹಳ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇತ್ತು. ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಮನೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಸ್ವತಃ ಒಬ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬಂದು ಗಾರ್ಡನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗ್ಲಿ, ನೀರ್ ಹಾಕಕ್ಕಾಗ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕಲಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಅದಾಗ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಅವರು ಮನೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬಂದು ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಂಬಟ್ಟನ್ನ ತಾವೇ ಒಗೆಯೋರು. ಅದು ವಾಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ವಿಚ್ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ವಾಚಿಂಗ್ ಹಿಮ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸೋ ಮೆನಿ ಇಯರ್ಸ್ ಟಿಲ್ he died. So I saw him washing his own clothes. So it was a very important thing which I saw. He never told me to wash my clothes, but ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಡೂ ದಟ್. ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ಇರ್ತಿದ್ವಿ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದ ಒಂದು ಶಿಸ್ತನ್ನ, ಆ ಕಾಯಕವನ್ನ ಅಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಹೊರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ನೀನ್ ಮಾಡು ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ನನಗಿದು ನನ್ನ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಯಸ್ಸಿಂದಲೂ ನನಗೊಂದು ದೇವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಒಂದು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಟು ದಿ ಕೋರ್. I can observe somebody and imitate immediately, so that is not a big thing. So not that. You have to pick up very good things in life. ದೊಡ್ಡವ್ರನ್ನ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಅವ್ರೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ತಾಯಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ತಂದೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪಕ್ಕದ ಮನೆ ಹುಡುಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಓಪನ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ವಾಸ್ my plus point from my childhood. So I started observing my father. He was constantly on toes ಮೇಲೆ ಓಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಶಿಸ್ತಿನಿಂದ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್. ಸೊ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ನೆವರ್ ಸೀನ್ ಹಿಮ್ ಒಂದು ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಹರಿದ್ರು ಅದ್ರ ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳೋದು ನನಗೆ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಹರಿಬೇಕು, ಬಟ್ಟೆನ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಒಗಿಬೇಕು, ಹಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ he knew. I think was a like multi-talented but never showed that. He was a very low-key person. So ಈ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ನನಗೆ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಮನಸ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ, ಯಾವ ವಿಷಯನೂ ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಸೌದೆ ಹೊಡೆದು ಅದನ್ನ ಜೋಡಿಸೋದು, ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜನ ಇದ್ರು. ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಾಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಲೆ ಇರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ಸೌದೆ ಒಲೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಹಾಕೋರು, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಅದರಲ್ಲೇ ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವು. ಗೀಸರ್ ಲೇಟರ್ ಡೇಸ್ ಬಂತು. ಸೊ ಬಿಗಿನಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಟೈಮ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಅಟ್ ಹೋಮ್ ವೇರ್ ಮೈ ಚಿಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ and my father played a very big role. My father with this was a mridangist, not an ordinary mridangist. He was a wonderful mridanga player. So our office time ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಆಫೀಸ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಮುಂಚೆ ಸಂಧ್ಯಾ ವಂದನೆಗೆ I wanted Sanjana was a very meticulously used to do, believe that he used to believe ಸಂಧ್ಯಾ ವಂದನೆ gives him everything. ಆ ಥರದೊಂದು ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಒಂದು ಬಿಲೀಫ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದನ್ನು ಅವರು ಬಹಳ ಮೆಟಿಕ್ಯುಲಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಎವ್ರಿ ಡೇ ವೇರೆವರ್ ಹಿ ಗೋಸ್, ವೇರೆವರ್ ಹಿ ಇಸ್ ಮೀಟ್, ಹಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಡೂ ದಟ್. That also made an impact on me, that something regularly somebody does is very important. So he was doing that Sunday only, goes to 2 times, go to office, come back. Go to office henge car ಬರ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ರು. They used to go travel by bus. ಬಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗೋದಕ್ಕೇನು ಓಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಈಗ ಊಟ ಮಾಡು, ಪ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋ ಫುಡ್ನ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಸ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಓಡ್ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. ದೆನ್ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲ್ ವರ್ಕಲ್ಲೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ಲವ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ದ ಹೋಲ್ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಪೀಪಲ್. ದಟ್ ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ಅ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ genuine person. Government job to find such a person is very difficult. No ಲಂಚ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಾಗಿ ಎಂತೆಂಥ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪ ಒಂದು ಪೈಸಾ ಮುಟ್ಟದವರಲ್ಲ. ಆ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ಒಂದು ಧರ್ಮವನ್ನ ಅಷ್ಟು ಪರಿಪಾಲನೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಬದುಕಂತವ್ರು. ಅವರು ಮನೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಚೇರಿನೇ ನಡೆಯೋದು. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಮೈ ಚಿಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ ವಾಸ್ ಅ ವಯಲಿನಿಸ್ಟ್. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಕಲಿತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಹೀಗೆ ಮನೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಬರೀ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇಂಥ ವಾತಾವರಣ. ಟೈಮ್ ಒಂದಿನ ಅವರು ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ದಿನ ಮಂತ್ರ ಕಲಿಯೋರು. ಸೊ ವೇದ ಮಂತ್ರ, ವೇದ, ಸುಪನಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಇಂಥ ವಿಷಯಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಕಾಮನ್ ಆಗಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇತ್ತು. To build up our samskara, all these things really put together. Like my tata was Shrikanta Ganapatigalu anta. So nimಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇದು this will be a very alien thing to understand all these things. I know, because the world is such, you will not know what is Ganapati or anything. So today is not my job to explain all these things. I'll just go further. So many things like to make us more traditional or more powerful with our mind, many things were happening. That's what I wanted to tell you. And my father used to teach us how to put talam. So manenalli enagtittu, Chikkappa was an engineer and never spoke about engineering. Never spoke about how, what you have to become when you grow up, or ದುಡ್ಡು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಮನೆ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. I never heard about this. I always used to hear, ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, I think we should go do Pada Puja, take his blessings and come. So this was the time, like every day or the other we used to go to some Swamigalu, take his blessings. So now heng madiddu andre they were used to tell blessings from elders and chanting those mantras, and the festivals were celebrated so religiously, I cannot explain. That was the best time of my life, and we had all the freedom to do whatever we wanted. Andre hege ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ನಾವು ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನಲ್ ಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿ ಇಡೀ ದಿನ ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಲ ಕಳೆದು ನಾವು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ವಿಷಯನ ಅದರಿಂದ ಕಲಿಯೋ ಥರ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬೊಂಬೆ ಹಬ್ಬ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು. ಸೊ ಮೈ ಫಾದರ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಸಿ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿ ಇನ್ ವೆರಿ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್, ದಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. So he used to just one example. I'll be very little fast, okay? Because my father made a big impact on my whatever I'm doing. That's why I wanted to. So the motivational is important. That's why I'm telling you. When small showcase ಇತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಆ ಶೋಕೇಸ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ he used to wherever our auditing ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಹೋಗಿ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ತರೋದ ಆಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಎ ಬರ್ಡ್ ಆರ್ ಎ ಫ್ಲವರ್, ಸಮ್ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಏನೋ ಚಿಕ್ಕದು ಬಹಳ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಅದನ್ನ ತಂದು ಜೋಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಸೀರಿಯಲ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಹಾಕೋದು. ವಿತ್ ದ ಟೈಮ್ ವಾಟ್ ಹಿ ಗಾಟ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಪುಟ್ ಎ ಸೀರಿಯಲ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಡೇ. ಅದು ನಾನು ನೋಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್. ಸೊ he used to bring beauty in very small things. ದೀಪಾವಳಿ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ಫುಲ್ ಲೈಟ್ anything. And ಆಚೆ ಕಡೆ ನಮ್ಮನೆ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ we were so lucky, we had 3 temples, beautiful temples. ಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾಗಪ್ಪ ಗಣಪತಿ ಟೆಂಪಲ್. So temple visiting was like every day. Open the door, I used to see the temple. So what kind of culture I would get? I used to just run every day to the temple, take blessings, do namaskaram and come back. So this was my routine at that small age itself. And my auntie, everybody was very, everything was going on in a very traditional way, where nowhere I heard what you should become when you grow up or what you should do. So they even they didn't even force us to study, you know, it was like, come sit, listen to this raga, it is so beautiful. Todi Kalyani kelidane idna eshtu chennagide gottaaytu. It really makes your mind so happy. So this was the kind of things my father used to put in our mind, and he also opened our mind by saying we are Indians, Indian culture, so Vedas, Upanishads, everything is treasure of India. One day you have to read that. Kavya odu neenu adana artha maadu anta ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಹೊರತು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಆ ದಿನದಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ the next real, I'll jump to the next one, my Mahila Mandali. I wanted to tell you about Mahila Mandali. It is something which really opened so many doors for me. ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಓದೋದನ್ನ ಎಷ್ಟು ತುಂಬಾ ಪ್ರೆಷರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನೀನು ಇದನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಯಾ, ಓಕೆ, ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಬರಲಿಲ್ವಾ, ಅದನ್ನ ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ ಓದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಗೋರೇ ಹೊರತು ಈ ತರ ಹುಡುಗ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಬರ್ದ, ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಹೇಲ್ ಸ್ಟೋವ್ ಅಂದಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬ ಇವಾಗ ಬರ್ದ ಅಂತ. I know all my Mahila Mandali friends will remember that and enjoy. So there was a joke about that. Not that they are not serious or anything that they want to spoil the chicken. ಹಂಗಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಮಗೆ ಆಗಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ಒಂದು ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಟು ಅರ್ನ್, ಟು earning becomes a very big subject. No, becoming a human being was a very big subject. And that time you have to become human being. What is human? You have to be kind, you have to serve. So many things they taught us. And also higher aspects, ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡೋದು ಹೆಂಗೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಡ್ರಾಮಾ ಮಾಡ್ಸೋಣ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನೋದು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಡ್ರಾಮಾ ಮಾಡಿಸೋರ್ನೇ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಂದ್ರು. ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಏನೋ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದಾಯ್ತು, ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ವಾಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ಸೋ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ಲಿ. ಅಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಒನ್ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಥಿಂಗ್, ಮೆನಿ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಶಶಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್, ಬಟ್ ಒನ್ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ವಿಚ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ನೆನಪಿರೋದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, I don't know how many of you know Chinmayananda Swamiji. So he's built up a Chinmaya mission. So Chinmayananda ji was coming to the school once in a month at least. He used to come to the school. I can't even imagine today. Oh my God, he used to come to the school, and what did I do with him? ಇವಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಅದರ ಬೆಲೆ ಬಹಳ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ. ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆಯ ಒಂದು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಷನ್ and how he talks and what he taught us, really beautiful. He blessed us in coming to the school. ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಬರೋದಲ್ಲದೆ ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳೋರು, ಆ ಶ್ಲೋಕಗಳನ್ನ ಬೈಹಾಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕೆ ಮೋಟಿವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಆ ಬೈಹಾಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಲ್ಲದೆ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡೋರು, ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಂದ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ವಿಷಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ತುಂಬಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಓದಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ಶೈಲಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಶಶಿ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಅಂಡ್ ಸೋ ಮೆನಿ ಅಪರ್ಣ ಸ್ಪೋಕ್. ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಕಮ್ ಅಪ್ ಇನ್ ದರ್ ಲೈಫ್. Not at that time they never thought, but allen ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೂ ಇದ್ರು. Overall development was going on. That is very important. Overall development is very important. ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಕಿಡ್. ಬರೀ ಓದು, ನನ್ನ ತಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿರೋ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಓದು, ನೀವು ಕೂತ್ಕೋ, ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀನು ಈ ಸತಿ ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ತೆಗಿತಿದ್ರೆ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಟಾಕ್ ಟು ಯು ಅನ್ನೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಪನಿಷ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಇದು ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಕರೆದು ಹೇಳೋರೆ ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಓದಪ್ಪ ನೀನು, ಏನು ಎಲ್ಲದ್ರಲ್ಲೂ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾಡು. ಓಕೆ, ನಾನು ಫಾರ್ ಮೀ ಎವ್ರಿ ಅದರ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ಯಾಸಿನೇಟೆಡ್, ಯುನೋ. ಸೊ ಓದೋದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೆಂಗೂ ತುಂಬಾ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಗಮನ ಕೊಡಕ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲದರಲ್ಲೂ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್, ಯು ನೇಮ್ ಇಟ್, ಐ ವಾಸ್ ದೇರ್. ಸೊ ನನಗೆ ಚಿನ್ಮಯಾನಂದಜಿ was coming to the school was a big thing. ಸೊ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅದೇ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಇತ್ತು, ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳನ್ನ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು, ಅಂಥ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ even this made an impact on me. That was very wonderful. And another very important thing was ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲೂ ನಮಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಡಾನ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಸುಂದರ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅಂತ, ದಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಮೈ ಫಸ್ಟ್, I started learning my dance and that was the first step with one Sundar Kumar anta. Sundar Kumar was that time a very good dance teacher. ಅಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಕರ್ಸೋದು, ಯಾರೋ ಬಂದು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡೋದಲ್ಲ, ವೆರಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್. ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದು he used to really teach very good ಭರತನಾಟ್ಯಂ. ಆಗ ನನ್ ಬಹಳ ಆಸೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಿತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಮೊದಲಿಂದನೂ ಒಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಆ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಒಲವು ಇತ್ತು. ಅದು ನನ್ನ ಪೂರ್ವಜನ್ಮದ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಒಳಗಿಂದ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಫ್ಯಾಸಿನೇಟೆಡ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಡ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಆರ್ ದ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಜ್ಯುವೆಲ್ರಿ or anything like that, or the dynamic movements of Bharatanatyam, all these things. No, it was somewhere there was a call from inside, like I love this. Every time I was looking everywhere, but dance used to really catch my attention, and I was so much drawn towards it. Sundar Kumar was a person who really recognized my talent at that age. That was wonderful. I was really a very small girl who was learning, and he gave me a lot of importance. Like he called me, okay, you do now you do. I'll teach you. Though he knew all others were taking little time, he used to teach me more. And more than that, we used to have school days, like Shashi said this. School days nadiyuvaga, I don't think anybody will encourage some small girl to dance every alternate item, you know. So like I used to dance one item, then there was a skit, then I used to dance again, then there was one drama. And like that, I used to do for 4-5 items. So it was like such a big encouragement for me to one thing. Sundar Kumar ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಫೇವರೇಟ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ರೆಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೀ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಸೊ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಈವನ್ ದಟ್ ಗೇವ್ ಮಿ, ಓಕೆ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಗುಡ್ ಅಟ್ ಡಾನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ ಆಗ್ಲೇನೆ it has really came to my mind. So from then I started learning dance, and then ಫಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗೇನೆ ನಾನು ಆಚೆ ಕಡೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿಯ ಒಂದು ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಿಂದ she took us, both of myself and my sister, to Venkatesha Natya Mandira, and I learned under Guru Radha Sridhar. Even today she is there. My humble pranams to her. That was the first place where I started my dancing career. I started learning, not career, I started learning from her. So the basics, everything. So here I wanted to share one more thing about my observation. I used to go with my sister. My sister used to, because my mother said, I can't pay for both of you. We'll do one thing. Once you also attend 10 years, I'll take you there. Till then you watch your sister. Okay, I used to go with my sister, sit there, ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಐಟಮ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲದನ್ನ ಹೇಗಿತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮರ್ತೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. I used to just be engrossed watching my sister doing, and I knew so many basic things. So then I became 10 years old. My mother, I went and told, yeah, I'm now 10, you're going to make me join Radha Sridhar. So she put me into dance class, and Radha Sridhar said, yeah, she always comes and sits here, I've seen her, have beautiful eyes, okay, let us start dancing. So then she put me to the first batch. My observation worked there. First batch, it was only basic steps. Tattadus. Okay, 8 tattadus. Okay, they showed, and I said, I know this. They said, okay, do it. I did all 8 tattadus. Okay, then we go to Nattadu, the next step. I said, I know this. Then they said, okay, do it. I did all 8 tattadus. Okay, then next one. Again, another adu. I know this. I didn't know I knew all those things. It was all recorded in my brain like only through observation. Then they put me to the third batch. They said, okay, now let us see. She has been promoted, double promotion. She did Alarigu, she did Jatisaram, some Devanama, everything she finished. Then what shall we do now? Okay, now I am going to the third batch I joined, where they started teaching me very new items. So there was only through observation I learned quite a lot. This should be noted with all children. In anything, for that matter, in your school or anywhere, what happens to children? Observation is not there. I have observed because I teach quite large number of students. I teach dance. So I always tell them, why don't you observe? What is the problem? So when you start observing, how to observe? Observation is just you forget yourself and you have to see the teacher what she is saying. Totally engrossed in that, just it goes inside your brain. Next thing you look at the book and you know that. It becomes so because we are always outside. What is outside? Our Panchendriya is outside. Not that I had my Panchendriyas inside that age, no. It was a good quality. I am so blessed to have that quality. But we can even develop that, that's what I am saying. We can develop the quality of observation. So, observation gave me lot of things to learn easily. Okay? So, next I go to, then, so this was my first dancing place where I started learning from Radha Sridhar. Where my sister also was learning. We were participating in many dance dramas, whatever programs was held by Venkateshama, Natya Bandha. We used to tour with the teacher, perform everywhere. So many things were happening and I was feeling so happy always going with them, dancing and all those things. Okay, one side our dancing career was going very nicely from our young age. Once it so happened when I was in 10th standard, my teacher Radha Sridhar was so kind. She invited the second very important motivation or inspiration for me was this point. That's why I came here. The second, that is when I was studying in 10th standard, our teacher Radha Sridhar, she invited one guru, dance guru called M.R. Krishnamurti. He was an expert dance teacher from Chennai Kalakshetra. I don't know how many of you are aware. I know most of you will not be knowing, but some children who are learning dance might be, if they are too interested, they will be knowing. Kalakshetra is a college of fine arts in Chennai where they teach or they study diploma and post-graduation only in dance, only in Bharatanatyam, and also now they have started Kathakali. They teach lot of instruments like flute, violin, mridangam, and also lot of theory. Dance has lot of theory. We have a great text called Natya Shastra. So let me not go into all those things. Okay, again coming back. So Kalakshetra is a college of fine arts which is a very great institution. And that teacher from Kalakshetra came to our dance class one day and demonstrated few things. That demonstration put me into a question. Oh my God, what is this? What did I do? Why is this dance so beautiful? Oh my God, it is like I am just completely shock about it. ಈ ಥರನೂ ಒಂದಿದೆಯಾ? ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಅಡುವನ್ನ ಹಿಂಗೋ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದೊಂದು ಅಡುವ ಹೋಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ನಾನು ಈ ಥರ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಹೇಗೋ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದೇನಿದು ಇವರು ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ತಟ್ಟಗಳು, that is the basic thing was so different. They were so beautiful adamandi. Oh my God, they are looking how beautifully they are using their eyes, their face. It was so stunning for them. Then I thought, oh my God, what did I do all this? I thought I was a very beautiful, good dancer at that time. When I came to know, ಬೆಟ್ಟದಿಂದ ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಎತ್ತಾಗ್ತಂಗಾಯ್ತು. I came to know, okay, whatever all these years I did was not up to the mark. This is what I wanted. It was from inside. This is what I wanted. ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂದ್ರು ಇವರು? ಏನು? Then ಪಾಪ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಧಾ ಶ್ರೀಧರ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನಾವು ಖಂಡಿತ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕ್ಷಮಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ವಿ ನಾವು. ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀಟಾಗಿ M.R. ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋದ್ರು. ಸೊ That was not a good step, but still no choice. Because we were like pulled like Krishna's flute. If like Krishna comes and plays flute, we can't just stand there, hold and it just pulls you towards it, no? In the same way. I don't know, like we just, myself, my sister, many of the students of Radhashikar, we started going and learning from M.R. Krishnamurthy sir. He just taught us the basics so beautifully. It was amazing for me. My dance journey started improving. See, that is where my learning became so strong. It was so beautiful. And I connected all my adagus or anything. My basics were so beautiful. And I don't think it was so easy. The toughest job is doing Bharatanatyam very neatly and properly. So, easy way of doing is there. Bharatanatyam itself is very difficult because we sit in Aravandi, half sitting. Ara is the half sitting. Half sitting we do it for a longer time. So, what about our limbs? What happens? My knee, my calf muscle, everything will be damaged. So for that we need to work on our muscles. There is no gap for that. We need to do a lot of exercises and cardio, everything, muscle strengthening, everything we were supposed to do. It was not so easy. Before warming, and like sports person, we have to warm up, then cool down, everything is there. In between, dancing itself is like, it's not an easy thing. I can't just stand and do something. No, I have to sit for a longer time and do a lot of job. So, learning process is not easy in dance. But if you have one thing, passion, enough for anything for that matter. Anything for that matter, it's very common for success or for anything. You need so many common things, and it is also a passion. When there is passion, no pain. So that you should really, you should know that. So when you have passion, so passionately I was dancing, even my sister. So we never felt like, oh, it is so hard. Namge navagella karam kutkondo class hogbeku ಅಥವಾ music class hogbeku ಅಥವಾ ಇನ್ನೇನೋ ಕಲಿಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು. ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಓಡೋಗ್ತಾ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಗೆ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಓಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಲ್ಲ, ಓಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ, ಓಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಅದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂತ್. ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ನಾವು ಗಂಟೆಗಟ್ಟಲೆ ನಿಂತ್ಕೋಬಹುದು, ನಾವ್ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ವಿ ವರ್ ವಾಕಿಂಗ್ is such a beautiful, great exercise. So simple, but impact is very high. So nowadays children have a van, they sit inside. They just travel to the school, they not even look at the other sides where what is there. ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಇದೆಯಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಇದಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಮುಚ್ಚಿದ್ರೆ ಇದೆಯಾ, who knows? My driver just takes me to the school, drops me there. I just get out and get into the class. I'll be always with the friends. So ಈ ತರ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ಒಂದು ಅಂಗಡಿನೂ, ಪ್ರತಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಅಂಕಲ್ ಅದು ಇದು ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಆ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹಾಗೂ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಕಲ್ತ್ವಿ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ we were walking. So walking was another very important strength for me because I used to walk to dance class for 2-3 hours. We used to learn, sweat like anything and then come back. So this was my days like till second QC. So after 10th standard, after that I started learning Kalakshetra style. That I wanted to tell you. Kalakshetra style it just hit me from inside because there was a classicism, in the art. Andre anta ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಅದು. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಈಗ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆಸ್ ಇಫ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಭರತನಾಟ್ಯಂ. ನೋ, ಮೈ ಲೈಫ್. ಓಕೆ. So after this, M.R. Krishnamurthy sir started telling me too many things about Kalakshetra, and Kalakshetra is a college of fine arts where teaching happens like Gurukula, Gurukula kind of teaching. There was a lot of huts, and inside the hut we go sit and learn music or some instrument, or even the classes were in a thatched roof. It was not built like regular cottages or anything. So it was so beautiful that atmosphere I used to really love. I listened to those things. Then he said, okay, you're so interested, why don't you come to Kalakshetra? He put a big seed inside me, which started growing slowly. I started asking my father, I want to go to Kalakshetra and I don't want to study. Then he said, oh my God, not now, I don't have money. Okay, postpone. I finished my second PUC, again I asked, I want to go to Kalachitra. He said, no, not now. Okay, first year degree, second year degree, I did my degree in BMS College. Till then I was satisfying all my ambitions to participate in many things, and so I was totally into all the physical activities. And when I was studying in BMS College, I remember one thing which was so beautiful, and I feel so happy about it. There used to be new and more inter-college competitions, and so many things will happen. Even in the college, there will be competitions. So Bharatanatyam competition was there, and first PUC I attended, I got first prize. Second PUC I attended, I got first prize. Then in the degree, the same teachers were judges. They said, okay, Anuradha, you don't participate, we'll block this first prize and keep it for you only. And if they want to participate for the other two, they can come. So there was like second and third prize goes dance madista idru. First prize I used to just go sit there. That was very, very such a big encouragement for me that I can do. So ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಯಸ್ಸಿಂದನೂ ಡಾನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನನಗೆ ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಅಂಡ್ ನನ್ನಲ್ಲೂ ಆ ಒಂದು ತುಡಿತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಈಸಿ ಫಾರ್ ಮೀ ಟು ಚೂಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಡೂ. But I never knew I would become popular, famous, or make money or anything. To open an institution, I become a teacher. No, nothing. It was just for the sake of art and my passion I started learning. It was just only for that. Then only you can give yourself 100%. So that's how it started. After my degree, finally I asked my father, Appa, I want to go to Kalachitra and learn. This is high time I want to go. He said, wow, that was fantastic. You finished your degree, now you go. Oh, that was really very wonderful time for me. I joined Kalachitra. I did and there also I got double promotion. I didn't study my first year. I directly went to the second year, third year and fourth year and got my diploma. I got first rank, and it was not easy. It was really tough. The theory or practical or whatever, music, whatever, and I also participated in many dance dramas in Kalachitra. Kalachitra dance dramas are very pure. I don't know, many of you would have missed that kind of thing. Like it is a whole Ramayana coming in front of you, with the whole costume and the lighting and everything. ನಾವು ರಾಮಾಯಣ ಕಣ್ಣಿಂದ ನಾವು ಕೇಳಿರಲ್ಲ. ಈಗಿನ ಜನರೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಪಾಪ ರಾಮಾಯಣ ಮಹಾಭಾರತ ಎಲ್ಲದನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಹಿಂದೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಐ ಫೀಲ್ ಸೋ ಸ್ಯಾಡ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ಅಬೌಟ್ activities in this school. I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but my students who come to learn dance, I feel very sad about them. They do not know anything. So I keep telling them, please read Ramayana, please read Mahabharata. Why should we read those things? First thing is, maybe we understand little or more, I don't know, but there is a kind of some seed inside you to grow as human beings. They teach us how to be human. So that's why we read Ramayana and Mahabharata. So what you saw today with the dance, what we did here, was from Mahabharata. Mahabharata, the small bits na navi hakadvi. But we do that Mahabharata for 1 hour 50 minutes. The whole Mahabharata from first 18 parvas, we have taken all important scenes of Mahabharata, and we have done this show for almost more than 600, 700, only Mahabharata and Ramayana. And so, okay, I think I jumped again. I'll come back. So this is very difficult when we start telling our own story. So some things looks very important and we jump there. Again coming back. Okay. So then I finished my Kalachitra with a distinction first time, and I got even a PG seat. But before that I was married. So marriage didn't break anything. It didn't spoil anything. My teacher, Kalachitra principal, was telling me, Kalyanam Vidyanashanam. Enna panna nee indha maadhiri pannirukke. I said, no sir, I cannot do anything. My parents have. So nanga avaga parents ge no, yes anta helaka anta dhairya irliಲ್ಲ, because ashtu respect ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಹಂಗೆ ಆಯ್ತು, ನೀನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. So then they decided that I should get married and go home. I was just a middle class family girl, grown with so much of tradition, so many things. But to an actor, I don't know whether you all know my husband, because these generation, they are out of so many old actors, he's actor Sridhar. He's also called as Amrita Velige Sridhar because that was his first film. Puttana Kangal recognized him and he took him. But Sridhar sir was my classmate in Radha Sridhar's class. He was my senior. I never used to talk to him or we never had a conversation or anything. But he was there. He was my senior. I used to watch him dancing. He was doing a lot of mimicry and all such things very beautifully. And I used to come and imitate. Amma Sridhar did like this, that and all. Okay, then Sridhar got into films. As a dancer, he already had took Best Dancing Male Dancer Award before going to films. Then he entered films. But always his passion was towards Bharatanatyam. He wanted to dance. So though he acted, many films were going on and on and on. And after I think 15 films, he saw. There was a very traditional way of seeing each other, and we were my parents decided, okay, you both will get married because dance is the main thing for both of you. I think this will keep going. So then we thought we should get married. And after we got married, there was a beautiful thing. We never planned for anything. See, when you are so passionate and doing something, our belief, what we believed is, like even today I believe, you have a very good thing in your mind. You will be blessed by the universe. It will happen. It will happen in a good way. It will take you to whatever heights you have to reach. The only thing is we have to work on it. That's it. So we started practicing together as our passions were same. So it went on like that. We had got an idea suddenly, why can't we dance together as couple dancers? Then I said, what about your films? He said, okay, for some time I can give up. Let me see. Because I love to dance. So we started practicing together. It is not so easy to two people dancing. That is very important. Coordination. Oh my God, coordination is such a big thing because I have to coordinate how he stretches his hand. I have to stretch in the same way. I have to bend the same way. It looks beautiful only when you coordinate. Otherwise, we look different. Like you are a separate dancer, I am a separate dancer. No. When we are doing as couple dancers, we have to coordinate with so many things. So we started choreographing, we started studying many things, reading, many challenges we got from many sabhas. I don't know, because see, my subject itself is, I don't know, it is very difficult for children to make you understand. Okay, because you will not be knowing what is a sabha, somebody will call you for a performance, so many things. So, I think time is up. I'm still in the, okay, anyway, no problem. Yeah, so this is how my career started with my husband, and we traveled many places, France, Switzerland, Germany, Singapore, and so many places we performed, traveled, and that was a great experience. There is a lot of appreciation for our art outside India than India, and Indians in America also. Not so much towards these things, but Americans, they loved. French people, they loved. They used to appreciate for hours together, clap for more than 10 minutes. All these things we can never forget. So we are now running a school called Kecher Academy, and also a small thing like my daughter, Anaka Gauri, is also a Bharatanatyam dancer. She is married and now continuing the same legacy. She teaches in our academy, and we all three together teach our students. We have 150 students. And we not only teach dance, we also give them a lot of Indian culture and many things. And we introduce them to Upanishads, Vedas, all these things are there. At least you should know about it. So this is how we train them. And it's very, I'm very happy. I could at least share a small thing, small experience of my life with you all. Thank you so much. Thank you, Gayatri Madam, Vani Shri. And I also want to tell you all, today I think maximum speakers are from Mahila Mandali. We are all friends together and everybody is in different, doing different things. Not only engineers, no. Very different. We all are in different. And others, many in our group are doing different things. They have come up so well and they are doing wonderful job. So even Bharatanatyam, if you have any question, so can we do with Bharatanatyam? Can we, so it's also something like boys should never turn and look at the Bharatanatyam. Not like that. Nowadays many boys, many girls, many people are coming up to learn Bharatanatyam and making their life, of course. And I'll teach you if you want how to make life out of Bharatanatyam. And thank you so much for listening to me, though it wasn't boring or interesting. I just wanted to share. Thank you. Actually, it is so wonderful to listen to childhood stories. Very, very important for all of us to know that once you go back to your childhood memory, you cannot come out of it. You just go in circles there. It is really wonderful, ma'am. It's only that the paucity of time that we sometimes have to remind you. Otherwise, you would really love to go on listening to stories because our children require that. Our students require that. Let's move ahead with the next program.
The hardest choices in life aren't between what's right and what's wrong, but between what's right and what's best. Good afternoon, everybody. Here I am very thankful to Mrs. Anuradha Sridhar for your valuable thoughts, which is going to inspire many of us. Your presence and wise words help magnify our cause in the best way possible. All thanks to your enlightening words that influence so many people out here. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Patience, persistence and perspiration make an unbeatable combination for success. Good afternoon, Mara and all present here. Now let us welcome our next guest speaker, Mr. Girish B, Senior Group Leader. Education is the mother of leadership. He has an MSc and PhD. He works at SPI Pharma. Leaders become great not because of their power, but because of the ability to empower others. It's an honor to have a senior group leader with us here today. A big round of applause for Mr. Girish B. The dais is yours for this.
All of you are saturated with the advisors, right? Saturated with the motivation, and then you have heard enough about the people who have achieved a lot in their life, directly or indirectly. Okay, so I do not want to overfill the pot. Okay, let us start with you people then. Okay, let me start with some basic questions so that if someone is feeling little down, then I can motivate them. Okay, the first question is, why do you come to school? Okay, there are multiple versions. Let me give you some choices. Because of parental pressure, especially mother. Okay, I go with the probability, 95-5. Okay, so next is, you want to come to school because your teachers want you to study. Okay, and then next is, yeah, you will get good friends and you can play in the school. Okay, and then the next one is, you want to come to school because you are learning something new. So of all these four options, which one is good? The UPSC exam. Sorry? All of these. All of these. Okay, I think you are in the right place there. Okay, so if you say all of this, can I take out of 100, 25 each? 25 plus 25. If I have 4 questions, 25 each one carries 25%. Yes. So can I go with 25%? Yes. No, it is not 25%. It could be 50, 30, 10, 10. The last one could be the 10. Right? Let us be honest to ourselves. Okay. So because people are valued for their opinions, right? When somebody asks you a question, it is always good to say yes or no, but again your opinion matters. You can say that no, I did not like this program, that's absolutely fine, but again let us say that, right? So coming back to the question, what I mean to say is, if you are in the school and then you are coming here for some learning purpose, okay, and then you are getting motivated in the school environment, and then my friends, they said, school is, you have one school at home, other one a formal education school, and then it is always the first school which matters to the percent of 80, and then other one comes at the percent of 20. Okay, so at home you have your parents, right? So who can motivate you, who can teach you? So please try to obediently follow your parents' opinions, because they share their experience with you, right? So before I come to this program, I was actually thinking, considering the age group here, you are 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th, considering the very young age, I was just thinking, what is too much for you people? Can I start talking about a corporate language? Start stating, oh, this is a oral dispersible tablet which is manufactured or developed against a Swallow tablet. Do you know what is meant by Swallow tablet? Not really. Do you know what is ODT, oral dispersible tablet? Not really, many of us, right? A Swallow tablet is the one you just take it inside with the water. ODT is a tablet which you put in the mouth and it dissolves. Especially many of the children do not want to consume a bitter medicine, right? Majority of you don't say yes, right? Nobody likes to consume a bitter medicine, and then nobody is ready to take bitter truth, right? So nobody want to take a bitter medicine, and then there are companies, in the company wherein we work, we do patient-friendly dosage forms. It could be oral dispersible tablets, and then if a patient is lying and is not able to swallow a tablet, we have tablets which are very pleasant in taste. The active is taste master. Those are all very good technologies you can talk about, and then with the time everything is evolving very fast. Given that, if I start speaking about that science with you people, I am sure that all of you go to sleep, right? So let us not talk about the corporate language, right? So coming back to the motivation, what I was talking is, if you are coming to the school for learning purpose, please, that is the best practice. And then if you want to enjoy with your friends, yes, this is the time you can enjoy. Otherwise, as you grow up, you don't get friends to enjoy, right? So it's all a mixture of all this. But again, in life, there are two things which are very important, right? What is that? There are two things in life. One is to be successful and to be happy, right? And then success means many things for many people, right? So if someone thinks, if I have 10 crore in my bank balance, I'll be very successful. Okay, someone thinks, if I have 10 degrees to my credit, yes, I am successful. And then if you go to different domains, we have wonderful people here who are from the army background. If they think, my country wins against that country, yes, I am successful, right? If a doctor thinks, if I can save a person who is critically ill, who is about to die, if I am able to save that person, that is success. And then we have engineers, right? We have engineers who think that, if I have developed a missile and then if it hits the enemy target within a plus or minus 1 meter distance, or with accuracy of 1 meter, you are flying a missile for 25 kilometer distance, and then if it hits within 1 meter accuracy, then it is a success, right? So success is a path, it is not the destination. So please try to target for that. Okay, after success we can give a number of motivational things, but again, if you go outside, you can see many things under walls. So it is not that it is not available, it is everywhere. Please try to refer to them. And then to be happy, right? The second goal of life is to be happy. So I am sure that you people are getting enough in the school. You have good friends, you have playground, you have good education institutions, and then there are teachers who are giving you a lot of that, right? So try to enjoy all that. But again, you have to be future ready, right? Why America is a superpower today? Have you people thought of any time? Why America is a superpower? If you go back by 60 or 70 years, $1 was equivalent to 1 rupee, right? So why it is so today? $1 is equivalent to 74 rupees. If you go to Pakistan, it is 165 rupees. If you go to Japan, it's a different story. So why it is different? welcomes highly talented people, and they give that freedom to all of them. If someone want to do that, yeah, I'm an engineer, but I want to pursue my career in pharmacy, yeah, you can do that. Now I think National Education Policy talks about all that. So even we have that freedom here. So please try to utilize that freedom, choose your domain and choose your life which you like, right, without damaging the culture of the society. All that is acceptable. You can be engineer or you can be a doctor, but again make sure that you are a first human being rather than achieving all that. And then you should enjoy what you are doing. If you think in India you do not have a freedom, yes, we have a lot of freedom. I have traveled to many countries other than US. The next most important or the most freedom what you get here in India itself, right? There is a famous joke in Canada. I want to tell you that. I don't know how many of you understand Canada, but let me tell that. Rather keeping aside all the biases, no, I don't like Canada. Okay, let us keep all that aside. Let me tell him. Okay, ಒಂದು ನಾಯಿ ದುಬೈಯಿಂದ ಇಂಡಿಯಾಗೆ ಬಂತು. ಒಂದು ನಾಯಿ ದುಬೈಯಿಂದ ಇಂಡಿಯಾಗೆ ಬಂತು. ಬಂದಾಗ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದ ನಾಯಿ ಕೇಳ್ತು, ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ದೇಶ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗೈತೆ, ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗೈತೆ, ರೋಡ್ಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಫುಡ್ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ, ಕ್ಯಾಲರಿ ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾ ಅಂತ ದೇಶ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ. ಅವಾಗ ದುಬೈಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರೋ ನಾಯಿ ಹೇಳ್ತು, ಹೌದು ನೀನು ಹೇಳೋದಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಕ್ಟು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏರ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗೈತೆ, ಕುಡಿಯೋ ನೀರ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗೈತೆ, ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗೈತೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಐತೆ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗೋಳಾಕಿದ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. So it is what it is today, right? So given that, utilize the freedom, right? And then in India freedom means many things to many people, and then we are seeing lots of nonsense happening in the education institutions which is never heard before because of many other reasons which you people are not able to understand at this age, right? So my suggestion to you people is don't get distracted with those kind of things because that spoils society. Above all that spoils your individuality. So let us not get into that. If someone likes something, let them go and do that. You focus on what you want to do, right? Is it too much of advice or shall I continue? Okay. I mean, you have learned lot from morning, so I just thought of mixing some humor to that. That's why I told the dog job. Okay. And then again, there are very good things. I was about to tell that. Okay, let me take one example. How many of you? I'm sure that all of you know Sundar Pichai. Who is he? CEO of Google, right? What is his qualification? Teaching. He is an IITian, okay, but what was his specialization? He is a metallurgical engineer. He is a metallurgical engineer leading a global tech guy. How it is possible? Right? He has to be in the metallurgy field, right? So why is he doing this technology? That is the passion. And then many people, I can ask one more question to you. Okay. As you grow up, what do you want to become in life? Common answers. Doctor, engineer, medical profession, pharmacist like me. Right? Now, when I say pharmacist, many people think pharmacy shop, and then I have experienced many times. So when I say pharmacy, which shop you are working for? Okay, so that is all that you have to live with. But again, when you say engineer, people will definitely understand. Okay, coming back to the topic, doctor and engineer or anything else. So why do you want to become a doctor? Right? So if it is just to earn some money or reputation, my suggestion is don't get into that. It has to be a passion, right? If you want to earn money, my dear friends, let me tell you, down the line you will realize that money is nothing in your life. I am sure that money is a necessity today to lead a wonderful life. If you do not have money, you should have not admitted in the school also. Let me admit that. But again, to some extent, right? Okay, so all of you like gobi manchuri, right? Yes. All of you like gobi manchuri. All of you like ketchup, right? I will give you one small sachet of ketchup, right? You can eat very pleasantly. Okay, I will give one more sachet. Somehow you will manage to eat. I will give you one more sachet. What will happen? You say, I'm That is the same case with money. Right? So don't run behind money and fame. Right? So you having said all that, please focus on your character, personality development, and then career comes first. And then there are many domains you can explore today. Right? So we have seen many successful people in the past where we did not have any science, formal science and technology teaching. Even then people have built Taj Mahal, Qutub Minar, Mysore Palace. There was no formal engineering education there. There are bridges. There was no education, but that is their motivation. That is what that is their zeal to do those things, right? So it can be like that. So each of one of you have the potential. Please make sure that you attain that. I know there will be parental pressures. Your father will say, no, I want you to become engineer. Listen to them. But again, you should have your that seed growing inside. At some time I will do that. That is what even I did. As soon as I completed my MSc, I was selected in the campus interview. So immediately I joined the job. My logic was, if I join PhD now, after 4 years again I have to look for a job. Now I already have a job. So logically I am correct. So I joined the job, but still that seed was inside me. When are you doing? So it took 10 years for me to realize, I have to do now. So I did it. Right? So some kind of motivation you should have, that driving force. If you get into a bus or if you get into a car, you know where you are going. Nobody will get into a car and simply say they start driving. Nobody does that. If somebody is doing that, we have a good Nimas hospital there, so they can get admitted there. So motivation, driving force, focus, all that is very important. Okay, having said all that, I don't know. I'm going very lengthy. Okay. So coming back to the topic, so I am a PhD, MSc Chemistry, and then what drew me to chemistry? One of my relative was a chemistry professor. I had seen her teaching and all. That motivated me to get into the chemistry. After getting into the chemistry, I realized that it is a evergreen subject. Okay, in Canada we call Pustagamini. Nobody will know what is happening, but it is still happening. Right? So it is like that. So pure sciences will never go out of fashion. So for that matter, any subject, you take any subject today, you can go to any extent. Even in the pharmacy, my dear friends, people say many things outside. Let me tell you one thing. How many of you know who invented the electric bulb? I know many of you will answer this question. Right? Who is he? Oh, fantastic. What was his educational qualification? Nobody knows about it. Very few people know. Thomas Alva education, formally hardly had any education. Right? So it is his own experience which has brought him to that level, right? Locally also you can see many film stars who did not attend any acting classes, they have got lot of awards and all. Right? And then there are many people who can quote, but again, so big story short, follow your dreams, never lose your focus. Okay. So it is open for questions now. I started with the question, now you can ask me the questions. I have another 5 minutes, I believe. Any questions, please? So if you do not have a question, there are only 2 possibilities. One thing, you have understood everything, or everything mind blowing. Is it so? Load of the mind. So please ask some questions. If you are very clear everything, please go ahead, pursue your dreams. Never ever check for titles, money, anything. Okay. If you do not have any questions, thanks for your time and listening to me.
The secret of getting ahead is getting started. I would like to propose a hearty vote of thanks to Mr. Virish Bini sir for gracing today's event. Thank you sir for your very interesting and thought-provoking address, because it gave a very inspiring and knowledgeable information. Thank you sir. Cooking is a long journey which has on no account ends. It's a lot to accomplish and a lot to discover. Good afternoon everyone, I am Yashas's from grade 10. This is an opinion of Chef Harshad Joker, believes in precision and innovation with blend of traditional modern techniques. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good evening. I think it is evening now. We are here from morning, we had a good afternoon. Now this is the time for good evening. Still afternoon, okay. What a wonderful day. Really, I mean, we really want to appreciate the young kids and all, those who are tolerating us from the morning. And they are literally, I mean, looking so enthusiastic, so fresh. Like, thank you, madam. And let's start this thing. Basically, like what I started from my childhood. Basically, I mean just a few introduction about my career, my childhood, and my journey till date. So yes, actually, becoming a chef never was in my mind. It was, I can say, an accidental thing which came to my life. After my 12th, there was only two things which was happening that time. One is the PPT and one is the PET. The pre-entrance for medical and engineering. I was not keen for both of them. So then I heard of course for microbiology. Two things again came into life, microbiology and computer science. So I said, okay, microbiology is something interesting because I was very scared of mathematics. I am still scared of it, but unfortunately I cannot take it out from my life. So I joined microbiology, but literally I can say that changed my life. I was completely spoiled with the college and all this college life and everything. So I must say, literally I failed for 1 year. Again I passed the second year. I failed that time also. So I thought, what do I do now in my life? 2 times I failed, and those who are came with me, they are now in 3rd year. So few of my friends came and they said, we are doing hotel management. So that time I said, hotel management, what is that? I said, no, we are studying hotel management. This is a new course which has started and where they are teaching us all about the hotels. I said, wow, this is great. So that is what I said, this is accidental thing which came unforcefully to me. So I said, okay, so somehow I passed the microbiology. I get a degree in microbiology, BSc. After that I said, okay, I do not have any career in microbiology. So then I joined hotel management, like that. So, but yes, I joined hotel management, then maybe first year, after first year I thought, wow, something has sparked. And that time it came. So that is why I called it, this is a sweet accident in my life. So that was a 4-year degree course, which was there. So unfortunately, like I said, I was not planned to come to hotel management. So because exams were over, entrance exam. So that is what my father-in-law known person in the college. That is how I got the admission also. And then sometimes I realized, yes, I do have some kind of passion, or maybe I like the cooking basically. I cannot say that passion because I just say, okay, I like cooking, I like knives and all. It thrills me a lot that time. So I then first year, second year. So basically, like in the hotel management, now currently. This is for that you need to give a joint entrance exam, JEE, which is conducted by National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. That time it was not like that. So now you have still the private colleges also who gives you the entrance exam. So like in second year, 1 year, second year, in 3 years, they taught you all the courses, the traditional hotel management things, like the front office, housekeeping, kitchen and the service, whatever the operation department comes into the hotel. And then 4th year was your specialization. So I have chosen the kitchen department. So it was, I was the few student, who did it extremely well. And then after finishing my college, I was searching for the job. I got a job like in 2000.
2000 a job in a small hotel in Aurangabad. That too it was for 1,800 rupees only that time. And then after next month I saw an ad in newspaper, Carnival Cruise Line is coming to India for a hiring. So I said okay, let's try our chance. So then I went for an interview in Mumbai, I given my interview, fortunately it went well. I got selected in Carnival Cruise Lines. So that was my, a dream come true for me, literally. If you say what is the few things which you are remembering in your life. So that was the first moment, but literally if I say you, I joined the Carnival Cruise Lines, I worked there for 4 years and after that I came to India, of course, but I literally got a chance to see the most beautiful, the countries of the world. I began to, most of the Caribbean countries, be it Jamaica, West Indies, Cuba, Havana, Bahamas, then Alaska, and so many countries. And you know, the cruise lines is something different, the cruise life. Well, then that time again, there was a turning point. Like I said, because there was I think the one thing I can tell you, like what I became today and why I am here, in my professional life, just because one thing to learn new things. Still that I have still that spark in me where I am differently. I can say yes, I am not a traditional chef who go to kitchen or who manage the kitchen, who operate the kitchen or who overlook the kitchen team and all this thing. No, I came out of that. That is why I have done a lot of things where I can proudly tell you like that. So after that again I came to India because there was nothing for me to learn in the cruise line. My father was scolding me like anyhow. They tell my mother, we see the school, people are dying to get $1, he is getting $2,000 and that time when he is coming in India just to learn. So but that's not my decision. After all my parents, they respected for my decision. Then I came to India. I was looking for a job, at least for 3 months, 4 months I went for the job. No one has given me a job. They told me only one thing, from your college, you straight away you've been to America, so you don't have a knowledge of how Indian hotel industry works. I said okay, but I have a knowledge. You take my test, you take interviews, nothing was happening. Then I came to Villa Palace, Bangalore. Villa Palace, Bangalore for interview in 2004. I thought this was the first time when I came to Bangalore, South India basically. And I came to Bangalore, they offered me a cook position basically, which was very junior. I was looking for a supervisory position at least because I was now 4 years old in this field. But they said, no, do not. And I said, okay, let's start somewhere I have to start. And Leela Palace was a good brand that time. I joined that, and after that, seriously, I did so many things. Only one thing, like I told you, I was just concentrating on the basics and the learnings, which gave me success. If I tell you, I came out of things, and then after that, I joined Lalita Bangalore. That time, when I was joining, my CDP, my supervisor, was his last day. So my chef told me, chef, you just manage this for 1 month, and then we will see somewhere who can help you. So I told him, rather than chef, you give me 1 month. If I am not able to perform or I am not able to handle this, then you are free to do. He was very happy. I said, okay, something like that. After that, maybe I done so many things in Lalita show and all this thing. And then learning and all this thing. So I came out this thing. That time I realized here traditional cooking, like cooking on a range or cooking something like that, will not work for me because I was not looking for that. Then I came out of that and I started learning new things. I can say you, there are so many things now which is associated, with the hotel industry or maybe from the traditional hotel lines. See, then again I came out of that. I started learning about the science. Then there was a new technology came into hotel, which was called the molecular gastronomy. I learned that molecular gastronomy, and just to amaze, that the ingredient for that, it used to come from the Spain. It was not available in India that time. So that is how I brought that, the 5,000 rupees kg per, all these things. So once I done this, then after that I joined the PVR Duo, which PVR Duo, they have a restaurant. And now with this, currently before this, I am now open my own brand. And I am coming up with a production unit for now, Before this, I was a corporate chef where I launched 3 restaurants and 5 online brands. So that is just, just because of the learning the new thing. I never want to be a traditional chef, like I told you, who are coming in this and just going after this. So I just want to finish this here and just tell you the scope. If you see, you can with the hotel line, don't just see as a hotel management. Though a traditional hotel management is where you learn about all the management things, and this is things which keep you apart from the regular things. In every industry, there is a junior person, there is a senior person, there is a management, there is a manager or HOD. When you study about hotel management, this gives you a chance to manage the team, to manage the people, not to work with them. Your responsibility will be to get the things done which is set by your company. So, if you come like I told you, the traditional way is working as a chef, working as a hotel manager, all this thing. But now, if you see this now, hotel management can give you a chance to become an entrepreneur. Like there are so many hotel management people who they have created brands, food delivery brands, online brands. Then you can open your own restaurant. You can work as a scientist. You can scientist in the field of this one for the processing unit, food processing unit. Everyone requires the knowledge of the hotel management. So this is what there is a vast things which is there in the hotel line. Yes, of course, but only one thing, there is a lot of struggle in the starting because this job is purely based on your skill. The more you practice, more you learn. So just keep learning anything, whatever comes in your life. I can tell you the last 1.5 years was the most exciting time of my life. I never sat at home the whole duration of the COVID. I started working in March, the first lockdown was there, of course, and after that we launched the 5 brands, online brand. So I started working in a whole, March, April of 19. I was roaming, that was a totally different experience for me, where whole India was completely locked down and I was with very few of those who were working with that. So we learned 5 brands there. There I learned about the branding, to launching a product, and to planning a team where they do not know anything. So that is why just keep in the mind, only you just need to stick to your basic and keep learning whichever comes in your way. You never know when it comes to when it comes to your life, and when can you use that. Thank you. This is my contribution.
Recipe has no soul. You as the cook must bring the soul to the recipe. Good afternoon everyone. I am Nisha Aparna from grade 10. On behalf of our school, I heartily vote of thanks to you, sir. Your thoughts have enlightened our minds and have shown us good paths. Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others. We thank you for lending your precious time. Thank you, sir.
It is an honor for me to introduce our next chief guest, Mr. K.K. Amarnath. Good afternoon everyone, I am Krishna. Let me speak a few words about Amarnath sir. He is the Professor, Principal and Chairman in College of Physical Education, Bangalore University. His educational qualifications include PM, MPED from University of Mysore, MPhil from Pondicherry University, PhD from Bangalore University under the guidance of Dr. Surdhar Raj. He has also done NIS Diploma in Coaching Swimming, NIS Certificate courses in Hockey and Yoga from Sports Authority of India. He has served as the coach of Bangalore University swimming team from 2004 to 2011, which was overall championship 6 times at All India Inter-University Swimming Championships. I, with all due respect, welcome Amarnath sir. Let's give him a big round of applause.
sir, you can start.
Thank you. Principal, faculty, students and their invitees of Podar School, Bombay Road. Very good evening to you all. At the outset, I thank the management, principal and faculty for making me a part of this program. Dear friends, I was born and brought up in Mysore. My father was an agriculturist and mother a housewife. I did my almost all the education in Mysore. Right from my school days to the college, I had an excellent teachers. Many were the sports persons themselves, and most of them were sports lovers. My father was an agriculturist. Though he was an agriculturist, he was a sports person also. He was a wrestler and football player. And my uncle was also a sports person. The influence of my father, uncle and my teachers took me to the sports. All along I had excellent teachers, very good teachers, right from the school days to the college days. Especially when I did my course in physical education at University of Mysore, I had excellent teachers. They were counted among the best in our country. And we had very good friends also. When I was in BPED, my seniors in MPED, and then when I was in MPED, my juniors in BPED were excellent. We had very healthy competitions. Almost most of them were very good top-level sports persons. So, dear friends, when we have excellent teachers and peer group is good, then naturally that will motivate us a lot. Our teachers motivated us and groomed us in such a way that now they have professionally prepared us excellently, and now I am heading the department in Bangalore University. Dear friends, sports, you all know, sports offers many things to us. First and the foremost is the physical fitness and health. While you participate in physical education and sports, it gives us physical fitness and makes us healthy. Physical fitness, physically fit and healthy citizens are the assets of any country, because only fit people will make fit nation. So physical education and sports is a nation building activity. Then you all know sports gives us recreation, name and fame. Apart from that, most important thing is, apart from all these things, sports teaches us values of life. It gives us values of life, which is important for everyone or for all walks of people throughout their career. We should have some models. For example, sports teaches us sportsmanship spirit. And it's the only field, if I am right, will teach us how to be graceful even when we lose. You might have seen, even when a sports person or a team loses, they will shake hands with the opponents and congratulate them. I don't think any other field it is possible. So this is the very important aspect. Apart from name and fame, sports teaches us the moral values which is important for everyone throughout their life. Dear friends, now sports has become an industry. Billions and trillions of dollars are invested in industry. Now we can make profession out of the sports. There was a day, especially in India, except cricket, nobody was thinking about sports as a professional activity. But now there is a lot of scope in sports as a career. So let us discuss. The first one is BPED course. This is the Bachelor of Physical Education. For this, eligibility is the degree, any degree, commerce, arts or science or any stream graduates can enter. That appear for entrance test, physical fitness tests will be conducted. We give weightage for the sports achievement at the college days, and degree percentage altogether merit list will be prepared and they will be selected for BPED. Once they complete the BPED course, they will be eligible to become the teachers, physical education teachers in schools level. Next is MPED, Master of Physical Education. For this, eligibility is BPED. Again, we will conduct physical fitness test, marks will be awarded and their BPED degree percentage or MPED fitness test, and they will have apart from that entrance test also. Based on these three aspects, the merit list will be prepared. They will graduate for MPED. And once they complete MPED, they are eligible to become the physical directors in the colleges, assistant professors and professional colleges, sports officers in industries and many companies. Next is PhD. This is the research program, PhD, doctoral degree, PhD. There are different, you might be surprised, there are a lot of scope for research in physical education. There are many fields like exercise physiology, sports medicine, sports biomechanics, sports management, sports psychology, sociology. Like that, there are plenty of avenues and fitness and training. There is a lot of scope for research in physical education. And now it has made, the UGC has made PhD mandatory for assistant professor's post. And NIS diploma in coaching. This is sports specific coaching. If you want to become a coach in some particular event, you have to obtain this diploma from NIS, that is National Institute of Sports. It offers diploma under Sports Authority of India. There are 4 centers in our country. One is Bangalore South Center, Calcutta, Patiala, and Gandhinagar, Gujarat. So it offers diploma. Suppose diploma in swimming, or diploma in cricket, diploma in badminton. They will become the coaches, official coaches. And they have a lot of scope. Even they will become the national coaches. They can sports. They will be appointed in Sports Authority of India, sports schools, universities, state government, state sports department, like this. They have a lot of scope. Now diploma or MSc in yoga. We have diploma in yoga, MSc in yoga. We have even in our Bangalore University we have these 2 programs, and in almost all the universities they have this program. And yes, Vyasa, especially in Bangalore, Vivekananda Yoga Center, they have having the MSc and diploma in yoga. Once they complete this, they can become the yoga teachers and the yoga trainers. Next, the sports medicine. For this, even with the people with medicine background, MBBS or any other medicine background, they can expertise this. This is a 2-year course, sports medicine. So even the professional doctors can practice this. Once they complete this, they can become sports medicine expert. This has got a lot of scope, especially in on the sports level, national teams, international level. It has got a lot of scope. Then sports biomechanics. Those who are with engineering background, they can do this course and they can become sports biomechanics experts. They will be absorbed in Sports Authority of India and many prime institutions. Even in clinical purpose also they will appoint these biomechanics and sports medicine experts in many of the hospitals and reputed institutions. And sports psychology. If you are having a psychology background, PG in psychology, you can become psychology expert. Again, it is lot of scope. Every team, even right from, if you say IPL, KPL, and Pro Kabaddi, all these teams have sports psychologists, specialized sports psychologists, and even even right from very old days, all of the foreign countries they had this foreign sports medicine experts, biomechanic experts, and sports psychology experts in their teams. Now even in India, it has become a practice that they will appoint sports medicine, sports biomechanics, sports psychology experts. Whenever a team goes abroad or take part in abroad or in the country, national or international tournaments, they will have all these professional experts. And sports journalism. If you have a journalism background, you can become sports journalism. And now it is one of the flourishing activity. And the sports management. If you have sports management background, MBA people, they can master the sports management, and they will be appointed in many sports management firms. I told you now, sports is an industry. There's a lot of scope for this sports management people. And apart from, so far we have discussed about the academics. So apart from academics, if you have the physical education and sports background, one can become aerobics trainer. It is very popular activities nowadays, aerobics. It is one of the popular activities that we can become aerobic trainer. And even if you see in many of the movies, aerobics is very important activity. They can be, if they are expert in aerobics, they will be taken as the choreographer for a particular dance or aerobic movement in the movies. And next, gym instructor. Now, gym is very popular, especially the youths. Lot of youths, boys and girls, they go to gym every day. Everyone, each one of them wants to have 6 packs and 8 packs. So if you have sports background or special training in that, you can become gym instructor. And yoga instructor or yoga teacher. Now yoga is very popular in our country. Yoga is one of the traditional activities of our country, and it is the greatest contribution of India to the world. So one who has got diploma in yoga or MSc in yoga, they can become yoga instructors and yoga teachers. And personal trainer. If you are good in training methods, you will be appointed as personal trainer. You might have heard and read almost all the personalities like film personalities or politicians, they have a personal trainer. Many celebrities, if you see Salman Khan, like many other actresses and actresses, they have a personal trainer. Thank you. So, dear friends, if you want to build career in sports, follow sports and study, work hard, don't want special advice in sport person, don't neglect your studies. The studies and sports should go together. When you put studies and sport, then you can really become a professional. So don't neglect studies. I wish you all the best for your work, and I once again thank the management, principal and faculty for providing me this opportunity. Thank you.
They show you how it's done. Hello everybody, I am Masika and German with great head. I would like to thank Mr. Amarnath who has motivated us and graced this occasion with his presence. Thank you so much, sir, for inspiring us with your valuable words. All of us have been extremely exhilarated by our ecstatic experience. Let's give him a big round of applause. Success is getting what you want. Happiness is getting what you get. And sir is a great example for this. Once again, I thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
A successful man will profit from his mistakes and try again in a different way. Good afternoon everyone present here. Myself Vismaya from grade 9. Now let us welcome Mr. Hemant Kumar Pawar. He is an independent advisor, consultant, resource person and a photographer. He has the capacity in building, teaching, mentoring, corporate social responsibility, content creation and copywriting, development finance, marketing, monitoring and evolution, and translation services. He is also an author of a book called Lesson Troden Love. We are privileged to have you here, sir, and I
Thank you. Can you people hear me please? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me please?
Yes, sir.
Can somebody put on the PPT I had sent? Okay. Yeah, that's okay for me. So today I'm starting at 4:10 and I'll try my best to close it by 4:30 p.m. 30 minutes the time given to me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, to take photography as a career, okay, you should understand what you should do with that and whether it is going to be feasible for you or not. So before getting on to that, let me give you a couple of minutes of my experience in photography, my journey in photography. Can somebody shift to the next slide? Yeah. I was born somewhere in last millennia, and I started photography when I was about 8 years old. My mother keeps telling me that I was born in a dark room that was used by my grandfather. So apparently I must have got it in my genes to be a photographer. So I initially started working on a camera called Aspiration 124, and this is the camera that you have to hold at your waist level, and the viewfinder of the camera is on the top of the camera, and you look like this, you peer into that, and then take the photograph after focusing. And the format of the negative is what we call as the 120 mm negative, which is quite a big negative, and the details would have been much more sharper in those days. So very often we used to use 100 ISO alpha fan 120, ISO fan. It's called ISO fan 120 alpha. And I started my baby steps in photography. I used to mostly take random photographs of my parents and my family, etc. And my maternal uncle was my guide as well. Yeah. So you can see the camera, the type of the camera that I used to use. This is the Yashica camera, and the film that I used to use, and that is how the photograph camera was to be held at the waist level as well. And those cameras used to be quite heavy in those days, unlike the new cameras that they are getting nowadays. Can we get into the next slide? Yeah, thank you. So now that I have started with that Yashica, and then I think the technology started graduating, I also started graduating into different cameras, etc. But let us understand what type of cameras that are available for us to take photographs now. Very often you people will be thinking the camera that is in your mobile phone are probably the latest technology, the DSLR. And but before that, let us try to understand how many varieties of cameras are there. There are what we call as still cameras. Still cameras mean you just can only take a picture which is not moving. Okay. The video today the mobile phones are able to enabling you to take both what we call as a still photograph as well as a moving video asset. But in those days, the cameras were able to do only still photographs. So those things were called as still cameras, and there were different formats like 120mm, 35mm, etc. And the film with different sizes. Sensitivity. The film sensitivity means each film will be coated by a specific chemical, and that will be embedding the picture that you have shot into that. But the word camera is actually nothing but the word camera in Hindi. The camera is something called a room, and the camera is also a room, actually a small room that you can hold in your hand. And just if you are constructing a new house and there is a home, what will enter into the house first before you can enter? The light and the shadows. Same thing in a camera also. The light and the shadows will be there, and wherever there is light, that is the picture. Wherever there is no light, that will be the what we call as the shadow asset. So what happens is to embed this light and the shadow, chemicals will be applied onto the film, and those chemicals will have to be processed to get your pictures as such. So you have different films like 120, 6x7, 35mm, etc. Then you have a different camera called digital camera. A digital camera is what, instead of using a film inside the camera, you use a chip into the camera, and all the signals that are coming, the light and shadow signals, are embedded onto the chip, just like on a film. In the cameras again you have varieties of cameras, either a rangefinder camera or an SLR camera. A rangefinder camera is a camera with a fixed lens. You cannot remove the lens out of the camera. The camera comes with lens, and the camera lens cannot be removed, or a new lens cannot be added. Whereas the SLR, the expansion is called actually a single lens reflex. So what happens is, the body is separate, the camera body is separate, and the lens is separate. So what you do is, you join the lens to the camera, and whatever you get the image through the lens, you will automatically be registering out on your film or on digital. So in the earlier cases, what happens is, in a rangefinder camera or a dual lens reflex camera, a DLR is a dual lens reflex camera. The light and shadow will enter through the lens. It will be reflected onto a prism, and the prism will re-reflect it onto the film actually. So what happens is, there will be two lenses. One is the photographic lens, another is the prism lens. These two will be reflecting your picture. Whereas in a single lens reflex, you straight away get into the reflex actually, and you get the image as you see the solid. Then comes today what happens is, the same SLR, once upon a time used to have film, today you are having digitalizer, so that is why it's called a digital single lens reflex camera or a DSLR camera. Then you have what is called as the movie and video camera. The movie camera can be either a film or a digital today. You can have film once upon a time, whatever the old films that you are doing, you are seeing on the television or on the cinema theaters or screens or something like that. Once upon a time you put on a film, and you have a positive film, you process and you get a negative film, and you process and you get a positive film out of it. The important thing is, from a DVD you can make prints, but from a print you cannot make other prints in those days. Then nowadays the video cameras most of the time are only digital aspects, and then you have the 60 TV camera, the closed circuit TV camera, which are also almost digital cameras, and they are mounted onto something, or they are hidden somewhere, and you can take for surveillance purpose. So in these moving cameras and video cameras today, you are also getting what you call as the mirrorless cameras. Okay. So what are the types of cameras we have? Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah. We have what we call as a 360-degree camera. When you see somebody on your WhatsApp sending, have you seen this simple 360 degrees, or you see the Picasso picture 360 degrees? These are all done by 360-degree cameras. These are specialized cameras, and you require training to use the converter. Then you have action cameras. Action cameras are specifically used for sports, etc., or maybe for the stunts that you are doing, or for if you are going to have motor racing, or you are going to have shoot films on the road, where you have to shoot moving objects and all that. These cameras are the action cameras. Then there is the bridge camera. See what happens here, bridge camera is something which is not a very highly expensive camera, but which is going to be starting from a simple camera to a complex camera. In between you try to experiment, that is called as a bridge camera. Then you have compact cameras. Compact cameras are what you call the in-shoot cameras. You don't need to really do anything except that you just point it at a particular subject and it focuses, it shoots on the phone. Then you have the digital and normal film SLR camera. Then you have film cameras. Then you have mirrorless cameras. Mirrorless cameras are where you get again straight away onto the digital chip. You get the picture printed onto that. And now, what you are regularly using is the Android smartphone camera. So, too many varieties of cameras are there. Okay. So, can you see the picture? If you see the picture from this is how my beginning as such as I was telling you. Let me continue. So, from my Estica Mac 124, I went into, when I was about 25 years old, I graduated into a Estica camera. I used to take films, I used to take weddings with that camera and all that, with very good results back then. And see the picture in the hand, they have the film mode, and what you see the film is a positive film. And apart from this Estica Electro-33 was a range-finder dual lens reflex camera, which means I cannot remove the film, the lens surface, limited usages of it. Whereas then I went into the Actica camera, which was an SLR camera, and with that SLR camera, I can always remove the lens and refix the different lens to the mounter. This Actica camera used to have what they call as the pentax mount or K mount, called the pentax mount or a K mount, and that's how the lenses are to be removed with the screwdriver of the rim, and then you refix it again there. And I started experimenting on my own, because I didn't have any proper guru for my photography, etc. I was complimented in the next slide. Can you go back to the previous slide, please? Excuse me, can you go back to the previous slide, please? Yeah, please hold on. Okay. Being black and white film, I used to use color film and beginning from 100 ASA or 400 ASA or ISO. The ASA or ISO are the words which are used as American Standards Association or Indian Standards Association. So what will happen is when you are using an 100 ASA film, this will be very useful for still photography, and when you are using a not moving subject or a still subject, you can use 100 ASA film. But if you are using a fast subject, a moving subject, you will be using a 400 ASA film, which means the 400 ASA film is much more faster in sensitiveness rather than a 100 ASA. I started learning on my own by experimental reading books, and mind you, today you have a new god in front of you called Google. In our time, we never had a Google. We never had teachers teaching photography, and we have to learn by reading books. Books were very expensive. Equipment was very expensive. Equipment was not easily available. Cameras were not easily available. They were not available in the open market. You have to buy only a second-hand camera almost all kinds of it. But still, I started doing what is called a self-taught and field guidance. Field means your colleagues, the people who are in the same belief, in the same what do you call, the same field of photography. So you discuss with them, and in case you have topics, you ask some seniors, you learn from them, and then you have to improve your photography. If we go to the next slide, please. So then what happened is I started from 1923. I started taking photographs of nature and architecture more, and then the soul was started to burn in 1983, and I still continue to travel to take photography. And I used to buy big of windows. I'll show you what is a big of window later. And I used to buy big of windows, and I started taking photographs wherever I went. There were some good photographs, but many times there were bad photographs. But I used to have wonderful memories of my travels, photography, and the So most of the times I learned on my own. I became a freelance photojournalist, and I started writing for magazines like Deccan Herald in Bangalore and Hindu in Chennai, the Frontline magazine, the Swagat, Air India, all these magazines I used to write for them and get published as such. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, see, these are some of the equipment I was using, and can you see the center? In the center, you will see a brick of film notes. There are 10 film notes called Pelika film notes. I used to buy them from 2 bricks or 3 bricks and then travel and take photographs of them. These are all the type of equipment I own, and this is a Vivita 285 zoom flash, which I still possess, and this is a Canon T80. It's an SLR camera, but it's an automatic. It focuses on its own. Then it's a well-worn tripod which I use and faithfully with me. And this is a Vivita SLR. These are all actually very expensive cameras. But the only thing is, in those days, these are the cameras that I could lay my hands upon in those days. So we go to the next slide, please. Here are some of the photographs I have taken. Some of them are nature, some of them are abstract photographs. Hello, you are going fast to please. Can you come back? Can you come back? Yeah, hold on please. Whoever is operating, please don't be in time. I know I have time only up to 4 minutes. I'll finish it off. And there was nature, there is abstract, there is food photography. Yeah, please go to the next slide. There is architecture, there is landscape, and the one you see in the below on the right side is an aerial photograph that I have taken from the front. And then you have macro photography. Next slide please. Next slide please. So here is some nature photography, some scenery, etc. So what happens is, you can really become a photographer that you want to do. You can choose from, next slide please. You can choose from what you want. You can be an action photographer like sports, stunts, etc. You can do aerial photography. You can do avian or bird photography. You can do architectural photography, disaster photography like wars. Some people specialize only in wars, etc. Editorial journalistic photography, jewelry photography, landscape photography, macro photography, nature photography, portrait still photography, underwater photography, water drop photography, wedding photography, anything you can choose. And today the photographers are paid fantastic amounts at which in our time people used to prove, because money supply was very low, people now used to pay so much. But today people don't mind spending money, and so you can really do that. And so you can choose whatever you want to be out of these things as well. Okay, next slide please. So how to go about it for a future? You have to study specialized courses in photography. Then not only just the fundamentals of photography, but also technology and software you have to learn, like Lightroom, like Photoshop. Photoshop is a very basic thing I'm telling you. When you go into the photography, there will be much more serious software available and you will have to master them to be in the race. Keep learning as technology changes very fast. Learn from your peers. Become members of photo clubs and associations. Don't worry about taking bad photographs. We all do bad photographs. But please perfect the art. I myself am a member of the community, the Photographic Society of India, which is one of the oldest societies in the world. It was established in 1857. I am a life member of that. Also a life member of the Telangana Photographic Society. So you can become society members and you can learn from the peers and you can go for photo walk. You learn on the job aspects and all. So whatever be the equipment, please understand one thing very important. Whatever may be the equipment you have, is the woman or the man behind the camera that really matters. Because you have to have it in your mind, the artistic sense, the composing sense, etc. Unless you know how to create something, you cannot really become a good photographer. Photography is a visual art, and if your photo does not appeal visually, you are not really achieved anything at all. So develop a sense of creativity and focus on composition and lighting in your photography. Whatever happens, keep shooting. Happy shooting. Thank you very much.
Perfection isn't attainable, but if we chase perfection, we will catch excellence. Good evening everyone, I am Disha of Grade 10. I am here to express my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Hemant Kumar Pamarji, who spent his precious time with us despite his busy schedule. Today, we had the opportunity to hear his thoughts and this is definitely encouraging us. His thoughts have indeed enlightened our minds and shown us new path. Thank you, sir, for adorning the occasion and
Wow, very happy life for all of you.
Bye sir, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Doctors have a big responsibility to bring smiles from the faces of suffering humanity. Hello everyone, I am Samriti from grade 11. I would like to welcome our next guest speaker, Dr. Asha TK, who is a Chief Medical Officer in Ayurveda Dispensary. She had done her BAMS graduation and PG at Garnet Ayurveda Medical College. She is willing to give internship to the students. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome her to the program. Let's give a big round of applause to Asha.
Hello, good evening everybody.
Good evening ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I am Dr. Asha, Ayurvedic physician, working as Chief Medical Officer at Government Ayurveda Dispensary, Elvalli, Kanakpura, Tamil. Actually, I am sorry I couldn't join offline since I have family commitment. So, right now I am working at Elvalli. My childhood was in Bangalore. I have studied along with Vanishri Madam, Shashi, Shaila, all these people. And then for high school I joined Vijaya High School and then Vijaya College, and after completing second PU, I joined Ayurvedic medicine, BAMS course. Actually, that is, I joined a government college which is in Majestic, and from there only I graduated, and then I did my PG course in pharmacology in Ayurveda. So that is 3 years course. I completed in 1994, and then I joined. One second, I'll take 1 second.
She's in the hospital. Okay, before that I would like to tell you one thing. For tomorrow's aptitude test, there's a link where Sunita will send it out for all the registered libraries. On the registered email IDs, we have sent the link. Please go through the link, answer aptitude test, and you have to bring the marks tomorrow. You should know the marks, okay? There's one more Dr. Shailaja. She'll be analyzing and she'll be telling you where you stand, okay? And she'll give you a lot of information about yourself tomorrow, okay? As soon as you go home, do it because she has to analyze and take the answer.
There is one more request to the dignitaries on the dais that our children have prepared a project based on Uttarakhand. It is there in the second floor. If you could pay the visit after this event, it will be nice because they have really worked hard, and it is part of CBSE project which talks about Akhand Bharat. So you could pay the visit. Second is that for grade 9 and 10, like 10 already now they are approaching their exams and all. For grade 9 we had planned out an internship program, and after listening to you I suppose that many of them must have been inspired to get a feel of your professions from where you belong to. So it would be nice that you guide them and you support them which field or where they can go ahead, or any other sources where they can approach for their internship. It would be a nice thing. Thank you. So there is a presentation by Mihir and Gyan.
Hello everyone, I am Ian of grade 9. Hello everyone, I am John of grade 9. Today we are here to talk about those who are very successful in their professional life by choosing their right career and
what are the importance of opting an appropriate career for everyone. Now we will talk about the people who became successful by choosing the right career.
Ratan Tata is an Indian industrialist, philanthropist and former chairman of Tata Sons. He was from Cornell University College of Architecture and Harvard Business School. He joined the company in 1961 and used to work on the shop floor of Tata Steel. Tata acquired Tata Tea from Delhi, Tata Motors from Land Rover, Jaguar, and so on. Second is R.K. Narayan, was an Indian writer known for his work set in fiction South Indian town of Puri. Another author of early Indian literature in English. He was also honored for A.C. Benson Medal from the Royal Society of Literature, Padma Vibhushan and Padma Bhushan. Lastly, Rajiv Chand Hari Bhatia, professionally known as Akshay Kumar, actor, film producer, martial artist and television personality in Bollywood. Over 29 years, he has appeared over 100 films and has won many awards like National Film Award for Best Actor and 2 Filmfare Awards. Now I'd like to note some of the examples of my friend Dian.
MS Dhoni. Mahendra Singh Dhoni was born on 7 July 1981 in Ranchi, Jharkhand. He chose to become an international cricketer and succeeded in life by becoming one of the most successful cricketers in the world. He was known as the finisher in the limited over matches. He was the only captain to win all ICC trophies. J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling is a British author who was born on 31st July 1965. She was the writer of the world-famous series Harry Potter. She was rejected many times for her books and novels, but now she is one of the most successful writers of all time. Steve Jobs. Stephen Paul Jobs was an American businessman who was born on 24th February 1955 and died on 5th October 2011. He was the founder of Apple Company, which has an yearly income of $2.91 trillion in today's day. Now we are going to talk about the importance of choosing a right career.
Firstly, you won't work for money, instead you will work because you like to do that. Secondly, the initial stage of your life, you won't spend time in which you don't like and then realize that your actual passion is to do something else. Thirdly, if at all whatever career you choose may or may not have scope in future, if you like it, you can excel in any field. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Hope you would have got an insight about the wellness of choosing the good career.
Good evening everyone, I am Kathy Jack from grade 10. Now that we have reached the end of the program, listening to the wonderful stories of immense hard work and determination, I am here to compile the entire program. While as we all know that we have learned many things from today from all the dignitaries, first we learned how EQ and HQ are important in today's world, and also the importance of internships in today's world. And also we got to know about the 3 C's of life, that is chance, choice and change. And also our principal Mrs. Gayatri, she gave us a phrase, distinct or extinct, which is very relevant in today's world. Even our chief guest, she told us about commitment, compassion and integrity, which is very important for management and for getting a proper career. Also, we learned the difference between biology and life sciences, and that we need to enhance our skills every day, every time, whenever required, for the betterment of others. We also learned the importance of extracurricular activities in a child's life, and also the advantages of joint family. We also learned the importance of learning basic things like cooking and mechanical helper, etc. We also learned the importance of persistence, goal setting and time management. And we also learned that when we are motivated, we cross heights. And we also learned that if we lose a single opportunity, we get demotivated, but then also we are not supposed to, and that we also learned from many dignitaries that we are not supposed to give up. We also learned that the world is too competitive, but that does not mean that we get demotivated. We are supposed to be alert every time. We also got to know that we have to apply why, what and where everywhere, and we need to question. We need to extract all the knowledge from everywhere. And we also learned that we have to believe in ourselves. And we always have to speak good, that whatever good we have done, when we speak of it, we get motivated and we motivate others also. And in short, we have learned that social interaction is very important, hard work is very important, so is patience, perspective, facing failure, childhood and importance of peers and teachers. When we focus on gratitude, the tide of disappointment goes out and the tide of love rushes in. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this memorable event. First and foremost, I thank our chief guest, Mrs. Simi Bijdani, for enlightening the occasion by her gracious presence. Secondly, I thank all the dignitaries who, despite their busy schedules, have come here to motivate and uplift us to achieve great heights. Thank you. I also thank our well-wisher, Mrs. Gayatri, our principal, and the management for organizing the career fair, igniting the young minds. I am sure it has proved to be beneficial for all of us. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to the management. I am very grateful to organizing committee, Ms. Vanishri, Mr. Leader Placid, Ms. Arpita, Ms. Sunita, Mr. Manjana, and all my beloved teachers. Thank you, teachers. My heartfelt thank you to all the students who have cooperated in making this event a memorable success. Thank you. Last but not the least, I thank all the supporting staff who has worked behind the scene and coordinated till the end. Thank you. Finally, I conclude by quoting Martin Luther King. An individual has not started living until he rises above the confines of individualistic concepts to the broader concerns of all humanity. Once again, I thank you all for your attention.
I request everybody to rise up for the national song.
Thank you all for a wonderful session today. I thank all the guest speakers for giving us so valuable time. I'm sure our students would have picked up so many points. Not only our students, teachers and all the staff members also appreciate all the hard work which you all have put in and come to a level where we can look up to you all. Our students are really lucky to have all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bluetooth song.